No need to worry about the turntable being jerky. I've been telling myself to make a new turntable compilation for like, I don't know, like 6 months. And I usually tell myself to do it about 10 minutes before this starts. Oh, it has dropped a ton of frames right off the bat. So it might be jerkier on your end than it is on mine. It looked great, and it's getting worse and worse. Like it is dark red. Okay, come on. And of course, it's going to start me off dropping a ton of frames because nothing is even on inside the house. As I said, the big one is asleep. The other two are gone. But it's not slowing down. It's dropped like 15% of frames so far. So perhaps it will correct itself. Or everyone is home on the internet for, celebrating the 4th of July in the most American way. So, yeah. I want to say last week we dropped like 40 frames for the whole stream, and we've already dropped 1,000. So I don't even know if you can hear me at this point. So we'll hope for the best, but it is dropping fairly consistently. I mean, I'm not averse. We'll let it run for a while, and if it doesn't start to clean up, I'll restart everything again. We'll try that, and I'll do it in the worst imaginable way possible, which is I'll go over to the main power panel and I'll just shut the whole building off and then turn it back on. It'll be fun. So as long as the audio is fine and you can sort of tell that this is changing colors, I feel like we're doing a-okay. We're in the workshop, and I don't have anywhere to be. So internet, stop dropping frames. Oh, I would have no plans nor intentions to give away a patriotic themed rig. I already did it once unintentionally. Steve, who lives in Tennessee, that's the last time you'll catch me doing the stars and stripes on a body. Frame rate drop while outdoors experiment time. It seemed like everybody said that it was a little, it'd make you a little motion sick. But yeah, 1,300 frames out of 12,000. It's just hovering right in this like 11% drop frames. So at 30 frames per second, that means it's dropping what? A frame a second? That's fine. I don't know if any of us would even notice a frame a second. So we embrace perhaps the most first world of problems, and we soldier on. It'll figure itself out. Anything that goes wrong, here's my problem. My problem is I initially think that it's equipment. Something's wrong with the equipment in here. Something's wrong with the internet. Something's wrong with the computer. I never automatically jump to YouTube. And YouTube breaks everything. Like, so we'll just chalk it up to YouTube. Yeah, up to 1,500. It's unfortunate. My young eyes will notice soon when we get some movement. Thank you, Jimbo. That is an odd number. I appreciate that. I was lamenting in the Discord that perhaps I make a lot of things I don't understand, frames per second. I was lamenting in the Discord that I make a lot of decisions of future regret. And one of the decisions of future regret was telling everyone, and by everyone I mean all of you folks, don't do gifted memberships because I was mad at the time, not really analyzing the analytics to the point where gifted memberships are a big chunk of channel revenue. So the revenue drop between May, where May was gifted memberships and all, and June, where no gifted memberships were given outside of about 15 or 20. Total channel revenue dropped by like 40%. Because I thought, oh, well, you know, there's supers and there's, you know, people sending stuff in and there's all that stuff. And then it all dried up simultaneously. Affiliates, everything. Like almost as if, try to follow me here, almost as if people went out and did other stuff. Like they decided it's summertime, we're going to take the kids and go on vacation, and I'm the one who's trying to stay here locked up in this building as long as I possibly can. Thank you, Byron. Thank you, Charles. It will help smooth out the whole. It just goes like this. Well, let's start it up again. There's moderators here. Yeah, as I said in the 1564 frames, as I said in the title, Viva la Sawtooth. If you feel compelled, if you have a compulsion within you to gift a membership, by all means. If you want to try to catch those gray guys, by all means. For some whistling bungholes, those are the best, as long as it ain't snakes and sparklers, because those suck. I have not seen either of the blue gentlemen today. I have not seen Sputtercrawler nor the Spaniard, and I saw the Spaniard on Discord like 30 minutes ago. I know they're not out shooting off fireworks right now. I think that's pretty much just limited to here. Yeah, if you're on an Apple device, I completely understand. And I swear to you, that's Google. That's just Google. Because Google makes things hard on iPhones and iDevices deliberately. Try to convince me otherwise. Because Apple phones and watches, I don't even take my wallet into the convention center. I don't take my wallet into Disneyland, anywhere. I just use this, and you know what? It works 100% of the time. But as soon as you get involved into anything that might be owned by Google, all of a sudden your iDevices start acting all weird. Every time I want to go somewhere on the internet, Google makes me enter my password. I basically stopped using Chrome because Chrome operates from the position of what I like to call, I've never met this man before in my life. You will log into some Google product like Authenticator specifically, any of them. Swipe out of that app and swipe back into it, and you have to go through all of it again. It's amazing. Can you be a moderator if you watch a live stream from your phone? I would think so. Do you think it's possible to show us the SCX10 III kit and how it looks right now? I'm just curious as to how it looks built. When you say 10 III kit, do you mean base camp or do you mean the 10, like the JLU? Because I could say yes to the base camp, but I can't help you with the full 10 3s because we don't have one anymore. We only have a CJ7 body. But that gearbox is an incarnation of the devil. So you will not catch a 10 3 box in here. Base camp with AR-45s. Yeah, we got that. Now, that is, of course, the Chungus. Here's how he looks. And you will notice most conspicuously, that's where that other metal, boy, I love to use element panhard mounts. Too low, too right on the money. I love to use element panhard mounts. The front end geometry, this was an RTR base camp, so that is a defense. You won't have to make this correction on the kit because, yes, I know the RTR has the bad panhard. With the straight axle, you won't have to correct this front end geometry. And this guy well and truly is a base camp. Like, I changed the front mount to put a winch on it, but shock towers, gearbox, lower skid, all that stuff. I don't think I've changed really anything except what I had to jump through in the front to get those AR-45Ps. And I would love to get the AR-45Ps off of this, but that would require putting in a different axle and then also finding a place to put these AR-45Ps. Where do I get that cool driver? This cool driver is, I don't know, you probably can't. Unfortunately, I don't know if they would exist in Belgium, but on Amazon US, there's a series of MMA figures, and they are super cheap. Could I class 2 the base camp kit with little mods? I think so. It depends on what your class 2 is. If class 2 has become the class 2 where they just allow anything, if people are running behind the axle steering and flat plate chassis, probably not. But if they're treating class 2 like they should be, then yeah, the base camp, fantastic gearbox. They're not going to let you use the dig, which is a shame. But class 2, circuit class 2, I think you'd have a good time. I think it's a decent kit to start with. I got to answer RC Family's question before it rolls off. Where can I get TRX4 pivot balls for a not extortionate cost? You know what? That prompts me. I'm going to test something. I have countless bags of Amazon rod ends that are terrible, and I don't throw them away for reasons that I can't explain. And I do not know if they come with 5.8 millimeter balls or 5.7 millimeter balls. Let's try to pop one into a Traxxas rod end. They are 5.8s. That is unfortunate. So, Traxxas rod ends use a 5.7 millimeter, and when we say 5.7 millimeter, I mean the diameter of the round part, right? A lot of your knockoff rod ends are going to be 5.8s. There are a couple companies that also use 5.8s, but 5.7 is sort of an unspoken standard. The buying pivot balls is terrible. They are overly expensive no matter where you get them. I get ones from SOR Graphics on A-Main where you can get a 25 bag for $20. And basically, if you're getting hollow balls for less than $1 each, I know, it's like extortion, then you're doing pretty good. What might be an option for RC Family, if you can still find them, they basically disappeared over the last couple months. Mias sells rod ends. They sell packs of rod ends. And I want you to try to guess, okay? Look at these 2 rod ends. Let me position them in my meat claw appropriately. Which one of these rod ends is Traxxas and which one of these rod ends is Mias? You can't tell the difference. They are physically identical. And you can find the Mias rod ends when you can find them. Maybe through Mias directly. You can try through Mias directly. They come with hollow balls. So you can get the rod ends with the hollow balls for less than it would typically cost to buy hollow balls. I don't know about in Europe, but here in America, you can buy bags of Traxxas hollow balls. These should be the correct width ones. Nope, those are the E-Revo ones. Those are Sledge. Those are TRX4M. The problem with Traxxas is they have a bajillion different hollow balls. Yeah, Racing also makes them. Hot Racing makes them. If you buy most any of the hollow balls that are listed for TRX4, that are listed for Axial, Element, the same hollow ball will mostly fit. Some are 7 millimeters wide, some are 7.5 millimeters wide. I wish that I could give you just a short, succinct, and clear answer, but hollow balls are a nightmare, and I feel like it's on purpose. If you can find the Mias rod ends that look exactly like TRX4 rod ends, buy them. They work exactly the same, and I basically use them interchangeably. Oh, Andre on his way out. Have a fantastic whatever you're doing. I forgot to tell you, after looking for all the tires, I found you a brand new bag of HB Rovers. Hey, and I gave away the last set of HB Rovers. So I don't have, well, they went on a giveaway rig, so. Andre's out. Where am I now? SCX10 Pro or Mias Gold Rush? If you can still get yourself a 10 Pro on the sale pricing, pick up the 10 Pro. The axles are worth it. But otherwise, if the 10 Pro is back up to full price, then it's the Mias all the way. I was going to say the left was Traxxas. There was no mold flashing on the ring of the rod end versus the other one. I think you... Yeah, you're all right. The left one was the Traxxas one. You need to pick another moderator. Mr. C. Hugo isn't stick around for the live stream. And Sputtercrawler's not here. Sputtercrawler's probably out. He's got like grandkids and stuff. He's probably out doing 4th of July stuff. It's not too late for you to rejoin the British Empire. 250 years next year, man. 2026 is 250 years. I've been searching for ages with no joy. Yeah, they kind of just disappeared as if Mias just dropped them all together. I'll say the biggest problem with ball ends is they're produced in massive batches and such. They vary if they're a different batch. Yeah, I will agree with that as well. I would add someone else to moderation, but you have to do that from the... Well, maybe you do? Oh, no, you don't. Here you go. Look. Boom. Boom. Look at that. You can do it from here because I'm logged into my own channel now. Why are those precision balls so expensive as it costs a lot of money to keep the production up? Yeah, I can agree. There you go. Ben Webby's got the TRX 9683. Wasn't the bicentennial just a few years ago? Yeah, very near the time that many of us were born. Yeah, it was that just a few years ago. Almost 50 of them, one might say. I would like to say about 49 years ago, give or take. So, as to whether or not you could comp a base camp kit, yes, absolutely. You can enter it in a comp, and you could have a great time. Will it be competitive? I have absolutely no idea. I have never competed, and it is not something that really... it's not something I think I would do. I mean, I might try it. I don't want to rule... I gotta cut that one. I don't want to rule out anything out of hand, but... I am gun-shy from a history of any competition of any kind that I have entered in the past. Really tends to bring out the personality types that you immediately associate with competition. And I know that competing and just being there to have a good time are two very different things. And more often than not, well, here's a sidewise analogy, which I have used before, so enjoy it again. The last time I bowled in a league, I had an established league average of 177 pins per game, 177. The first time I bowled in a league, I was probably in my early 20s, 22, 23, and my established league average was 169. Nice. So I picked up 8 pins of average in about 30 years. That's not a lot, because I don't want to have to do the work to take my game to that next level. I bowl to relax and have a good time. I bowled when my kid had his 21st birthday in Laughlin. I went to the bowling alley and I bowled a couple games. And do you know what my first game that I bowled was? It was a 176. So it's in me, and it's in there, and I could bowl more better, but I don't want to. There's the hobby jobby, fun competition. I want to stay somewhere in here in the middle, because anybody that says they're only there for the fun of it, I don't think that's entirely true. Because if you were only there for the fun of it, you wouldn't care about upgrading them, and you wouldn't care about the quality of the parts and all that stuff. And I fear, and that's on me, I fear that there would be people that would strike a vibe that would make me go, yeah, I was right. I don't want to confirm my own bias. So the best way to not confirm my own bias is to just not do it. See how I talked myself out of that? I have no reason, I have no way of actually knowing, but I can actively convince myself. So, go compete for me. Check Damien, pretty good sales on Element stuff. Yes, the Element sales are still running. There are promo codes. I definitely have done affiliate links on the Discord. If you ever need an affiliate link and you're on the Discord, just let me know. Or check any of the videos that include that stuff, and there should be one on there. I mean, they got me. I was getting ahead. I was trying to stay ahead on content generation. So right before we left, the day before yesterday, on the 2nd, I finished editing and uploading the video for the 10th. So I'm like that far ahead, which is not something that you routinely see. I started at the bottom comping for fun and seeing how I did. Now I'm challenging the top guys and getting in it to win it. There you go. Oh, Charles asked, have you ever used the Hot Racing Overdrive gears for the Stealth X? I have not. There's absolutely no reason to replace the nylon gears in a Stealth X unless you absolutely must have 25% in the box, because they don't make that in nylon, to my knowledge. Hot Racing are the only ones that do it. not to sound controversial, but how do we say happy 4th to our friends across the pond? Have a great day at work. And yeah, but they can just clap right back at us with the delicious irony that, like, we pay just as many taxes as they do now. So I don't know how successful the whole grand experience was. Hot Racing makes a great part. I've just never had the need, unless you're going full Element, I don't know the need to do 25% in the box. It's more than I like. The 18% optional one from Element is excellent. I found competition makes me jittery sometimes. Yeah, a little bit of performance anxiety. I like making things perform, but I also want to make older things out to do it perform. Yeah. I think the Basecamp would be a fantastic platform, either to start with or learn with or develop to be more, because there are flat rail conversions for it, like the Zoku. It's an excellent gearbox, and the AR-45 straights are good axles, so you have the most important parts. And if you put Desert Lizard seals in your shocks and run them upside down, you can even stick with the shocks, because the shocks work pretty good. They just leak like all axial shocks. Any recommended over and under drive for AR-45s? Get an 833 and an 827, and put an 827 in the front and 833 in the back. It'll get you right around that 20%, 21%, depending on how you like to do your underdrive overdrive math. And that's pretty good for a wide array of situations. I've been trying to figure out the best overdrive gears for my Jolly Green build. I would say if you're running a Stealth X gearbox, leave it with the 6%. This is now, in hindsight, this is what I should have done. Put the 6% in the box, which is the stock amount. Put the 10% underdrive in your rearmost axle, the 10% overdrive in the front. That'll give you a net total of about 26% differential, because you'll have -6, -16. Imagine there's another axle here. And then you'll have +10 in the front. And that +10 in the front will actually help you, because when you combine a Stealth X with the gear reduction of TRX4 portals, you make something that's pretty slow. So I basically built it around the Axe V2 combo that's in it, which is 3,300 kV. You could run a Jolly Green on 4S no problem, because there is a lot of gear reduction. Did you see my reply about the scallop knob prints? I replied to the entire email, and I'm thinking maybe I got lost, and I know you've been busy. Yeah, you mentioned a type of filament, and I opened the tab, and I started to look at it, and then I went to Anime Expo. So, of the ones you sent, here's the only one that hasn't been mounted yet. Mike M was kind enough to print out a bunch of these and send them to me. They are violently bright yellow. Or green. I'm sorry, green. These are definitely green. They are violently bright green, and they feel pretty good. They feel pretty good. They're not too bad. I'm thinking of, I don't know, I can ask him. He's here right now. If I take a Dremel across the edge of this, how much can I go before I cut into too far? How far is too far? I would just like to, it's kind of sharp from like where it was on the bed, I'm assuming. So this side was on the bed. It's a little sharp at that outer edge. I would just like that, like if you could run a deburring tool around it, like I would like just that little edge softened. So like maybe just some sandpaper over it, but I know that it's the filament that I can't remember the name of, the one you make inserts out of. It's that stuff, right? It's the squishy stuff. I would just like to round the edges off. Can I round the edges off of these? Yeah, chamfer it. Yeah, that. Yeah, but I don't know. I didn't make these, nor would I. So, oh, and they fit perfectly on. No, I absolutely did not make these. No. Mike M, who is now scrolling up off the page. TPU, that's it. I think they have 5 walls, so 1 millimeter thick. Oh, plenty. Plenty. Yeah, because where are we? Yeah. On a real one, it's got that little. See the little bevel? Just that little bevel right there. This is definitely better than this. 100% better than this. It's just, I would like to just take that off. So I'm trying to convince him. I sent him an email and asked if I could just send him a roll of filament, and he would print me a bunch of them, because I went through and there's over 20 radios here that are still on foam. Hi. Hello. I'm building my very first 10 scale. I have many 24s and 18s. I'm building it based on the SCX10 Pro, completely out of discounted parts, cheap as possible. What length shocks should I get? I would say 90s. You'll be the safest on 90s. The hundreds that come onto the 10 Pro make no earthly sense. To the point where here's my bin of 10 Pros, and there were 4 more in here, and I just put those on Bruce. I don't run a 10 Pro Rattler. I run 10 Pro shocks on one rig, and it was built for longer travel. I don't understand and I never will, Axial's obsession with 100mm shocks. They love them. They love them. They love to put 100mm shocks on everything. And I immediately just put 90s on them, or 85s. One of my 10 Pros is on 85s, and the rest are all on 90s. 80 grit sanding drum? All right. I definitely have those. I like that you have one on one of your radio links. I can't remember, but it's on one of your older ones. I like that one you have on one of your radio links. By that, do you mean the wheel or do you mean the knob? Because I have a lot of, I have as many of these as I could physically buy, the OG Kimbrough. And I have changed a lot of knobs on radio links as well. Like, Eddie's got that one, which I think was from like a JR or a High Tech, and I just dremeled the shape out in the back so that it would fit. I like an alloy knob if possible. It adds that little bit of extra weight. Yeah. I don't know. We've asked him many times. We've said, why would you discontinue the KIM 134? How do you like the red spider thumbstick for the radio? I have 4 of them now, and one of them is still in the bag. For a trail rig, it is not the best designed part, because let me just grab Bruce's overcomplicated radio. So here's Bruce's here's the heaviest Radio Link RC 6 known to man, because it has a USB pack taped to the side. Oh, how's my battery looking? 2 filming sessions, and still, that fan uses no energy at all. I should maybe look into investing into something a little smaller so I can bring the weight of this down. So there's the Red Spider, and the problem that I experience on the Red Spider with my setup is this. So what happens is, it just knocked a bunch of stuff down. So you go like this, and I'll accidentally nudge cruise control. That's on me. I would say the biggest failing that this has got is the way it clamps in between. If you over tighten this down just the tiniest bit, this thing stops moving, because as you can see, it's basically just rubbing right against the front of the radio. I mean, I understand they're working around the limitations of the wheel, so we're stuck with what we're stuck with. It works pretty good, and also they made this piece out of metal, probably aluminum, and chromed it, and I like that it has a little bit of adjustability to it, but you can't, like, if you have any moisture on your finger, this just slides. Now, that's not a problem. If you have a lathe where you live, you can make a new knob for this, and I've told myself I want to make a round knob and cut a slot in it so it fits over this more, and then put a little dent in it so that my thumb works and won't hit the boom, 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 boom. I just keep hitting it. So it's imperfect, but this is the best way. His hat fell off too. This is the best way to design this stuff, which is use it. Use it and find out what is it doing that you want it to do and what is it not doing that you want it to do. We will put him right here among the lubricants for the day. Stomper fell down as well. They have a Luffy. Oh my God. Charles, Luffy is the protagonist, the lead protagonist of an anime with entirely too many episodes to watch called One Piece. Netflix did do a live action reproduction of that, which is nice and short. I want to say it's around 12 episodes, and it is extremely faithful to the anime, and it is well done. And if you only watch one anime conversion, I would genuinely recommend that one. It's pretty good. I don't know if I took a picture of it in the booth. There's a limited edition Luffy figure at the Bandai booth. I'm going to try one more time tomorrow to see if they actually have it. But it's this metallic Luffy. I didn't take a picture of it. And they only have 50 a day. I want it so much. It would be the highlight of my trip. But the wife went and checked this morning, and they were already sold out for the day. And there's really a very low chance of us getting there before 9 a.m. so that I can be one of the first people in there to try to get one. And I'm not really, like, my motivation is not that high. So I will find myself a Luffy tomorrow. My goals for tomorrow are to, it's metallic. Like all of his like shirt fabric and his shorts and everything are all metallic. And he's kind of crouched down like this, and he's like energy coming off of his fists. It looks really cool. And there's that limited edition factor. But I'm not going to go excessively out of my way for it. He's not a wannabe pirate. He's going to be the king of the pirates. I have an Axial SCX10 III Gladiator for scale and trail only. Would you recommend 90 or 100 millimeter Desert Lizard shocks and spring options? Best starting point for shock oil. 10.3 came stock on hundreds. I would probably stay hundreds on that because the body is longer, so you'll get a bit more oil volume. For starting point on shock oil, I would probably start with 40. Oh, Kevin is still down. Kevin. Where was Kevin? Kevin's right here for today. We're just going to move people around. Hey, Mike Cross, wishing us a good morning when it's afternoon for many and nighttime for others. Anybody know where you can get rebuild kits for Desert Lizards now? If somebody finds out, I hope they let us know. Because I don't even know if they still show up on the Racing website. I mean, they're like, yeah, we still sell the shocks. The best way to get a rebuild kit for Desert Lizards is find another rig in your fleet that needs shocks, buy Desert Lizards, and steal all the extra pieces from it. Because I have never, to my knowledge, I'm trying to think, and I want to say it's never, I have never used a Desert Lizard rebuild seal in a Desert Lizard. Once you build them, they're done. I have put those seals in a lot of other things, though. Any other ESCs with adjustable drag brake from the transmitter beside the Mamba X and the 1080 G2? Yes. The Fusion 8 has it. SCX10 has it through the radio, which is actually pretty cool. Fusion 8 has it. Fusion Pro doesn't have it, does it? I don't remember. Does the Fusion Pro... Hey, anybody. Does the Fusion Pro have an extra wire hanging off of it? Wait, I can tell you right now. Oh, no, I can't. It's going into a receiver box. No, but there's only 3 wires on there, so no, I guess it doesn't. Well, that answers that. No, so yeah, just 1080 G2, the Castles, and the Fusion 8 that I'm aware of. What's your recommendation for a transmission on the SCX10 Pro? I wish that you could buy it independently. I do not think that you can. I think you can only get it in the combo, but you're going to go on Amazon.com. It's a website you may have heard of. And you're going to get yourself this, the FMM with Creeper T, and you're just going to use the Creeper T part. You're going to replace the entirety of the 10 Pro gearbox with this. It's going to take half a pound of weight off of your vehicle, and you're basically not going to notice the difference, because from what I've heard of other people that drive 10 Pros, they either leave it in 40 or they leave it in 0. So why not just leave it in 30? If you think 30 is too much, put a 10% overdrive in your front axle to to take you to 20. If you think 30 is not enough, put that same gear in the back and then just stick it at 40. And if you shop around and you find the right one, you can get that FMM plus T case for about $35. Holmes 2-in-1 has it. That is right. Mr. Webby is absolutely correct. It does. Too bad you can't buy an LCXU. I'd have two today. There's a reason. I've said it before. I'll say it again. The only reason, like, you can buy a Stealth XF kit and you can buy a Stealth X kit, but you can't buy an Axial LCXU kit, because if you could, no one would ever buy a base camp again. And that's just honesty. Also, I would like to see 10 Pro 2, 10 Pro C2. Give us a 10 Pro that has an LCXU in the middle of it. Ooh. Ooh. That would be neat. They won't do it, but, you know, if wishes were speedboats. Now, I went ahead and plugged this thing in here knowing that there are times when this radio, because of its age, does not want to calibrate to AM32s. I don't know if anyone else has had this experience. This is not an MT4S. This is an original MT4. But it also has the best option for four-wheel steer that you can possibly get. And it was sitting down under the bench. Well, let's find out. Will this sync? Yeah, did you hear it go doo-doo-doo and then not tone? Oh, I didn't set my aux channel. But there's something about, like, incompatibility of what this sends versus what that receives. It can be done with a fusion. We just found out. A little bit better of an option. Now, if I remember correctly, you can go into the settings on the Rhino and you can change the neutral position. Like, I think you widen out the neutral position. Okay, well, here's what we can do. Last time I remember, if you throttle trim up, we'll get to a point where that will just sync. Almost like magic. Yeah, plus 90, and then... I had this same exact issue when trying to use MX3Xs, which are even slightly older than the MT4, when trying to use MX3X with AM32s. I don't know what it is, but throttle plus 90, and you still... Oh, that's not... Is it reversed? Yes. Let me fix this. Steering. Also, here's one. You just have to throttle trim up on the MT4. Yeah, we're simultaneously ahead of and behind one another. I just wish there was a way to do it more cleanly, as it were. Now, there should be no trim set on this at all. Let's do it safe and take a tire off. Honestly, if I was being safe, sane, and secure, and it's 4th of July, everybody, all you Americans, be safe, sane, and secure, like they used to say on the sides of the fireworks booths. Show of hands from the crowd. If you live in an area where they've basically banned all fireworks, yeah, let me know. Because you know how we burn down all the time? You're familiar with how California is constantly on fire? The neighboring city, the fine for being caught with fireworks in that city is $2,000. Try setting the radio setting to be 5.5 throttle and not 3.7. Can't say that I've ever done that, but I bet it's under throttle type. Can't even turn it off. Oh, let's turn the trim back down, huh? Okay, now with it 50-50, let's see where we got to trim it. Hey! Who said that? Bouncing noise and... Yoni? Shout out! Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah! Look what you did. You just fixed it. Have you tested the Surpass Hobby 3532? Yeah, I'm running a couple of them. The Surpass Hobby 3532, also a.k.a. King Vol. There's about 4 or 5 of them that are basically indistinguishable. Like, it is the same motor with different silk screening on the side. Dang, you're going all in with the Sanwa. I have 5 or 6 Sanwa radios, including 2 MT4s. And when these were previously on Go Fast stuff. Then when I got the MT12, these went under the bench. And I hate having a radio this fantastic. Watch this trigger work. Oh, just finger pressure, and look at that motor go. It's so good. And the feel of this, oh. I love me a Radio Link RC4. Do not get me wrong. I still contend it is the best possible radio for crawlers because you get everything you need for a very small cost. RC6 if you need the extra channels. But you can't, they literally, as the people who ride the tube would say, they don't make them like this anymore. They just don't. They did, but we still pop them. I think the cops are too busy with drunks. Yeah, no, the cops are definitely not too busy. They send the helicopters up. All we can have in Virginia is sparklers. Jesus, just ban them outright at that point. Sparklers aren't even sparklers anymore. If you can't weld with it, then it's not a sparkler. It's just like that thing that shoots little fizzy sparks off of it. Banned in King County. Not surprising. Well, RC Chop Shot had a couple of those Sanwa listed the other day, I believe. Yeah, the 461? Am I remembering it right? Yeah, RX 461. Those receivers are like $100. I would never recommend that you go out and get one of these for a crawler. Just like, even if you see one for used, unless that used price is real low and you want to set up for something four-wheel steer, then I would change my tune a little. Oh, I gotta go to aux channel. And I gotta remember. I think aux 1 is the lever. Aux 2. That's the trim. Key assign, there we go. I want the lever to be aux 1. Then we've got to trim that. Well, I can just try it this way. I should have taken these tires off to start with. If I have a center located front pumpkin, does it matter whether I choose a left or right side mounted motor? It generally does not. No, it does not. Because the transmission is going to determine whether or not if anything, you're going to have less drive shaft intervention with links. Your only risk is if your motor is very long, is the drive shaft going to get in the way of the motor? Because we are still, when people say about things are outdated, there's only one thing that I apply that to, and that is, can this run something longer than a 540? Have you ever heard of the website RC Junkyard? I have. All my RC airplanes have Airtronics. I can't trust that Spectrum shit. That sounds right. That's why when Spectrum came out with those two radios side by each, whatever the ISR, whatever one. Oh, Mike Cross can only buy fireworks for 5 days around the year. Remember the 5th of November. Charles Hurley, if you have free time, watch the movie. It's got Agent Smith. It's Agent Smith and Natalie Portman, right? Is that who's in that movie? Hugo Weaving. What's it called? Why can't I remember the title of it? Does my brain don't work good? I'm still physically and mentally exhausted from yesterday, and I'm going back tomorrow. What is that movie called? Oh no, these are if V for Vendetta. Charles, next time you have some free time, watch V for Vendetta. It's pretty good. And it will explain, I mean, it's an alternate history version-ish. It's close enough. And it's enjoyable. V for Vendetta is an entertaining movie at the very least. It will explain Guy Fawkes to you. That's worse. I realize this is a turnbuckle, but I want to get it close-ish. The other Agent Smith. Yeah, the Matrix one. All right, come on. Also, why does that look... No, it's not towed in. That's a real optic contusion there. Back to the Future was 40 years old yesterday. Some, probably a younger millennial, because they seem to revel in everyone getting older and dying. Made a mention on Facebook, Instagram, one of them, some social media about all of the bands now that, based on the old rules, are now considered classic rock. You know, Green Day and Metallica and all those are all now classic rock, because that albums that came out over 25 years ago. I don't like that. Don't do that. Just don't do that. I mean, Dark Side of the Moon came out 56 years ago. I don't want to think about that either. Because the movie that came out 56 years before I was born is, you know, hello, my baby, hello, my darling. So, to the kids today, Pink Floyd's Dark Side of the Moon is, hello, my baby, hello, my darling. And I worked with a person, I've probably told you before, but I'm old, so I'm allowed to repeat it, that we used to listen to the radio in our cars when we were delivering pizzas, and they were doing, like, at a certain time of year, if you live in an area where your station, where you have like a local we rock type of station, they were doing like a Pink Floyd marathon one night, and it was excellent. And I and a couple of the other drivers were talking about listening to Pink Floyd while we're driving. And mind you, this is in the very early 1990s. And one of the girls who answered the phones said, "Who's Pink Floyd?" Now, mind you, at that point, Pink Floyd had just come out with an album maybe 7 or 8 years before that. And that's basically all you need to know about the youth. It should be a summary of the youth. Dances with Wolves came out in 1990, 35 years ago. And honestly, it's not even that. It's not the realizations, when you get to those realizations where you go, whoa, that movie came out 35 years ago. That Enter the Wu-Tang, Wu-Tang Clan's Enter the Wu-Tang was 30 years old 2 years ago. It's not that stuff that makes you feel the oldest. The stuff that you feel the oldest is all of the guys that were in the movies that you watched growing up. So through childhood, adolescence, adulthood, they're all dying. They're all dying. And they're dropping pretty fast. And if you want to pick something out of the list of terrible things to pick from, people that aren't old enough, people that are certainly younger than your parents are dying all around you. None of the guys in Pink Floyd ever did drugs. I think the giveaway / takeaway from that is, which one is it? Is it the bassist that owns a helicopter, knows how to fly a helicopter and owns a helicopter? If you do a lot of drugs, you probably don't own a helicopter, unless you're Elon Musk. I don't know if that's a hot take or not. I don't think it is. Because didn't he actually openly admit that he does ketamine? Anyway. Patrick Stewart looked like he was on his deathbed in the last Doctor Strange movie. Hey Siri. How old is Patrick Stewart? Sir Patrick Stewart is 84. How can that be? He was just in all those movies and on those shows. Yeah, which we all saw a long time ago. Yes, the first Star Wars was made in 1977. That is correct. You want to know an easy way to test people? Do you want to perform a test on people? People love being tested. Do you want to test people? Here's a test for testing people. What is the best Star Wars movie? And you can basically, like, if it was blind and you didn't know who you were asking the question of, the answer to that question will pretty much identify the age of that person to you. I think anyone of the era is the second one. Empire Strikes Back. Empire Strikes Back is amazing. Getting four-wheel steer trued straight sucks. Sucks. There you go. Psycho Garage Empire. And why? And why Empire? Because it was the one that dispensed the most with foofery and went into what would actually happen if a rebellion went up against the Galactic Empire. And that is not even looking at the Galactic Empire as the, like, metaphor that it obviously was. You got to remember the easily the Last Jedi. That's so hot, it doesn't even classify as a hot take. Also, it had big walkers. It did not have any Ewoks in it. Many times when you watch serialization, where when you watch what was maybe now obviously he intended on making more, but in many instances they don't. They start off making one or two, and then they're like, oh my God, these things make a whole bunch of money. Let's make as many of these. Let us beat this horse until this horse is just a fruit roll-up, right? It's the one we have all seen the least. I don't know. Some Star Wars movies hold up better than others, obviously. The new ones are not exclusively terrible, okay? A lot of them, what we would call, what are they calling them now? Because we have do they call it the original trilogy, which would be 4, 5, and 6? And then there's 1, 2, and 3, which are the Natalie Portman, Hayden Christensen, Ewan McGregor, right? And then we have everything after that. And anything after that, they just jumped the shark. Oh, Ed Scribner says the Empire was incompetent. It's huge. They should have been able to easily crush any rebellion before it even started. But you're forgetting one thing. Space magicians. And once you put space magicians into it, almost all bets are off. Yeah, Revenge of the Sith is good. You know what's going to happen, but you're hoping the whole time Anakin makes the right choice. Robert S. is spot on. They did a great job with that because it's Lucas's fault, right? Like, they didn't set out to make a prequel, but then they kind of did. We knew what was going to happen in those first 3. The Ewan McGregor, Qui-Gon Jinn, those ones. We knew what was going to happen because we got the space magicians from the start, right? So they have to be real careful with their own canon because they can trample on their own canon really easily. And you know who didn't learn that? Marvel. The Marvel people. Yeah, and then the mouse came in and ruined everything. Boy, did they. Just ask Marvel. Oh my God, what they've done. Someone didn't set his endpoints, and someone is also very thankful that he uses ball ends and not captured, because we would have just broken something. We would have broken something for sure, because I just threw that wheel to one side, and kerpow, that went. I bought new rod ends. I should switch these new rod ends. This hurts the fingies more than a little. Oh, man. I tell you what. They killed Darth Maul too soon. 100% agreed. The difference between having a story to tell and telling a story because you have to. Oh, my God. I have become increasingly oppositional to prequels because it's like incorporating plot armor into your plot. Like, we're going to go back 20 years, theoretically, right? Here's the one, and we're going to go back 20 years before that, and we're going to find ourselves incapable of sticking to our own canon. We're good. Well, Rogue One is an exception, but I'm talking about many other properties, as they like to call them. We're going to go back and we're going to rewrite our own history, even though the history we're rewriting is already of something beloved. And it seems like they're crapping on it a lot of the time. So prequels, think back. Sit here and think, when have you watched a prequel that you were like, oh my God, this is so much better. This is even better than the other one. It doesn't happen. Right? Like, the character development, I think they should have gone to the backstory of Qui-Gon Jinn. He was more into the dark side than they portrayed. Yeah, see? Do that. Do that. Like, we know what's going to happen with Anakin. We've watched the other ones. It wasn't this great secret for 30 years who he becomes. And I think where they fail every time I power this thing off and then back. Something is slipping in the front end. Every time I go to lock, it won't recenter. Ren and Stimpy was an awesome show till they messed it up. I only watched the very oldest of G ones. So I don't have any negative memories of Ren and Stimpy. You will notice, I don't know, well, you can only see his legs. There's a deep cut for you. Leave everything to me. It's Powdered Toast Man. Here's one. You want to know a random 6 degrees of separation? The guy who helped me build this building, the guy who's contributed a lot of material for this building, the guy whom I built Bonk for, and then Bonk got stolen by his brother. So those two brothers, their father's brother, a.k.a. their uncle, was the voice of Powdered Toast Man. Can you imagine? How small of a world is that? I should have, I know, I have an unusual process where I dial endpoints way down before I start wrenching on anything. Yeah. 64 one way and 62 the other. So yeah, I think 100 was going to pop them. So we want this. So we'll go safe, and we'll go down to 60% each direction on the rear steer. Because rarely do you actually need to get the rear steer to full lockety lock. Is that bottomed? I think you can go a little lower. Nice. I just got the song Don't Whiz on the Electric Fence from Ren and Stimpy in my head. Round here, it is routinely said by my wife and I, in equal measure to one another, one of us will say some euphemistic version of, I need to go to the restroom. And the other one will all but invariably say some version of, I'll go turn on the electric fence. I just turned the electric fence off. It's too late at night to turn on the electric fence. But we will make some reference to whizzing on the electric fence whenever possible. This would be working better if we weren't just pushing the giant mat all the way off the bench. Can I get some purchase, please? You know what, I could be using this. So, how you know that Losi Rock Claws might be involved is if you can drive on a sealed bench top up a metal sign. It's Losi Rock Claws. Fully non-directional tires. You need a tire that works in all directions for your four-wheel steer. If you want to get into four-wheel steer, first off, I don't want to tell you not to, but second off, I kind of want to tell you not to. It's kind of a headache. My AliExpress sellers are out of the Desert Lizard rebuild kits. I'll post on Discord, I think, if I can. At the Parents' House, celebrating the 4th. Everybody have a great 4th of July and a great weekend. Sam Stevens, have a great 4th of July and a great holiday weekend. Oh, and if you're not busy tomorrow, live stream tomorrow around noon, Anime Expo Live. We will definitely see how that turns out. We'll definitely see. Yep. Blue sky high. Leslie Rocklaw's pretty great. It's my biggest complaint about. Oh no, not the Razor Wire. The upgrade RC Rock Claw. Like, I speak English. I do it okay. I do reasonably well. We already have a Rock Claw. Calling a new production tire Rock Claw, well, you can still find on the internet and other places Rock Claws. Feels a lot to me like recycling Social Security numbers. I mean, they have to wait X number of years before they even start recycling phone numbers. That is low rent. It's not great. Nice turnout on the live streams. No idea you had this one is actually, I'm not bragging. We're down like 50% in viewers today. I think 95 people watching right now on an American holiday, where I realize a lot of people are out doing American holiday things. I think 95 people is pretty strong. I never thought I'd get 100 in the first place. So I feel like at least one needle is moving in the right direction. You know, not a lot of needles are moving in the right direction. Views are down, revenue's down, lots of things are down. I mean, in the spirit of full disclosure, I had never intended to live stream in the first place. I don't even know what it was that gave me the inclination to do it the first time. Because if I had, I probably would have looked into materials and equipment better suited to live streaming. Like, I would be wearing a microphone instead of yelling at a microphone that's hanging on a mount right up here above the frame. But, you know, it's much too late for that, is it not? Silicon Valley has nothing for American holidays. Halloween's been renamed Harvest Festival. Ugh. Especially when you're only knitting with one of those needles. Oh, that's me. Did you see my Discord DM of the wall-mounted Neewer tripod? I did. That thing is huge. Let me see. Behind the scenes, is he on the long cable? It's long enough. Okay, let us get back to one zoom. Oh, zoom one. Okay. So, there's your view into infinity. All right. And then there's the microphone. And there's the boys up there. There's the boys. There's chat. What's up, chat? There's the, specifically for Hugo, there's the Mac Mini that everything runs on. There's the port that has all the stuff on it. There's all the junk. There's the other Luffy punching the sky. There's camera 2. Camera 3's right here. There's the Hobby Wing boxes. There's the iPad from Facebook. That's my phone. There's the chargers. Here's what's behind the scenes. I barely have room for that guy. If I had thought about any of this, a lot of this, like, there used to be stuff on all this pegboard because the pegboard predates the RC nonsense. So, not many hobby wing boxes. Oh, but wait. Just wait. Let me find one for you. Usually, I can get lucky, and I can just grab the first box. Right? So, quick run. Back when they came with a program card. Whoa! That's most of them. I'm not saying. Okay, this is indeed a different box. Oh. See, I'm not pulling an old switcheroo. Can we go 3 for 3? Oh, you know we can, but that one's got a Fusion Pro in it. So, yeah. It's only a problem if you admit to the problem. And if you're storing boxes and boxes, that's a problem. But this one is just stuffed full of Radio Link lanyards. And I have 3 of them stuffed with Radio Link lanyards. And so many Radio Link lanyards. Can't even fit them in all the boxes. It's not, yeah, what problem? Yeah, the 6-month rule. The 6-month rule would empty this building. I haven't used either. That is the black solution. Nope. That is the black solution for brass, and the other one is for aluminum. I haven't used either of those in at least 6 months. Should I throw those away? Well, because I'm not going to. What about, like, epoxy, adhesives, oils, paints, glues? I haven't used this particular bottle of 22.5 weight in probably 10 years. I'm not going to throw it away. That's ridiculous. That dude with his 6-month rule, ridiculous. It's one of the most ridiculous things I've ever heard. I would generally prefer, so long as you're not collecting your poop in Walmart bags, I would prefer hoarding to arbitrarily giving everything away if you haven't used it in 6 months. Those items do have a shelf life, though, no? Not to my knowledge. They just tested vitamins, and they took, like, vitamin C that was 20 years out of date, and it was still at, like, 99% potency. Most expiration dates are lies unless the item has to be refrigerated. Stuff that doesn't have to be refrigerated basically lasts forever. I missed a couple questions. What caller has taken the most beating? I don't think it's even close. Ooh, that's a cable. The man, the myth, the legend, Baseline. How you looking, Baseline? Yeah, you're looking about right. Baseline, well on his way to achieving Thesean ship status. Oh, I need a skip dumpster for my garage. I got scraps of wood just in case I need it. Mr. Jordan, I am a woodworker, among other things. I have strips of wood in my wood bin. Yeah, Luffy's toes. Just a foot. I have scrap wood under my miter saw that has been there since I was in college. There is scrap wood in there that has been moved from facility to facility to facility, that wood is 30 years old. And older than that, I mean, obviously the tree was probably 30 years old when they cut it down. I thought I would use my lanyard, but it turns out I can't stand on the weight of the transmitter hanging on my neck. Swampers RC, you and my wife. You and my wife. Side by each. She will not, she cannot. She will not and she cannot. So she just carries it. Yeah, will not use a lanyard. I have an incredible surplus of lanyards, and I can show you exactly why. Because, okay, here's an open one. This one's already out of the plastic. We'll grab a radio link at random. Blue Sky High's old radio, which we will remember to take the battery out of, seeing as it's going to sit under the bench for a little while. We'll clip this guy through the little clippity-doo. If we clip it the right way. Okay, we'll get up near the microphone. That's why I can't have lanyards. It's all you hear. The microphone picks this up like it's amplified directly into the microphone. I would love to use lanyards, especially when out on the trail, but I need some sort of spec ops stealth lanyard that doesn't make any noise. It's a shame. So, just get used to it, you know? You can get used to a lot of things. Thank you, Misfits Off-Roads. I was more than happy to answer your questions. If you have any questions in the future, find me on the live stream, find me on the Discord. Send me an email. Look for me on Instagram. I have said that I am not one of those guys that made me not want to participate in online forums any longer, because from the one hand, I understand. Guys on forums that consider themselves to have a level of expertise have seen the same question been asked over and over and over and over again, right? That's called the nature of the beast. It makes me want to curse loudly, because you will always have new people, but you will never have a surplus of old, experienced people. So if somebody asks you a question that you've heard 100 times, pardonnez-moi, Francois, answer their damn question, because that's why they're there. Whenever I see somebody in a forum or anywhere that tells someone else to Google something, I want to Jay and Silent Bob go to their house and kick them right in the pills, because that's why they're asking you. You're a resource. If you're not a resource and you don't know the answer, shut up. Otherwise, if you say go Google it, you're one of those people that needs to speak just to hear the words come out of your mouth. You either have something to offer or you don't. If you have something to offer, and by that I mean an answer, answer it. That's what I love about the Discord. I haven't been on a forum of any kind since shortly after I started this channel. Because RCCrawler.com lost me in effectively one day, because there is a certain group of the old heads, as it were, that were just that. Just Google it, man. It's an obvious question. Then what do you want a forum for? Go away. Why don't you guys go make an IRQ chat room like it's 1994, and you guys can compare the things that you like that are shiny. I do, however, counterpoint. I love clicking on a Facebook post where somebody's asking some sort of owners group, Vanquish, a question about what they should do. The answers are, if sincere, hilarious. If insincere, also hilarious. I'm a member of an airbrush firm, and we still answer all newbie questions. They come to gain knowledge, so we help. 100%! Like, if you're on a forum and you don't want to ask questions or answer questions, then what, are you there for approval? Like, what is, I don't understand what the point is. I thought the point was to be there to share. And you can't share anything more valuable than information. Half the people in the hobby with YouTube channels have the attitude that they're above their audience. Yeah. I was on RC Crawler back in the day, the days when we had to make our own crawlers from Clod Axles. My name was the Clodfather. I get very frustrated when you answer someone with correct knowledge and someone else comes along and tells you you're wrong. Oh no, I love it. I love it. I love that more than anything. I still think fondly to the episodes where I was attempting to make the original, the launch ascent, the non-fusion ascent when I was trying to make it work. And I had cut new rails for it, the first series of rails that I cut for it. And I was setting it up, and I had done the full scaling and put it up. I put it all across the scale, and I figured out what the CGH was, did all those numbers, and somebody came into my comments and said, "Oh, well, my CG is lower than yours, and I'm still on the steel rails." And I said, "How'd you get to that number? Like, what's your setup? Like, how did you do that?" And he's like, "Oh no, mine's stock. I only changed this." And I'm like, "Well, then how did you get your CG to move down without moving any of the parts that would move your CG down?" And this went on for like 4 or 5 days. And let it be known, if I'm getting into an argument with somebody, it's only because I know I'm right or I'm open to being proven wrong, right? I'm never going to argue someone if I am at the 50-50 line. It's 80-20 minimum, right? This guy, I was 100%. And he's like, "Oh yeah, well, yours has this CG and mine has this CG. So mine is lower. So you're obviously an idiot because you don't know what you're talking about." And I go, "What method did you use? The website? Did you use the CGH calculator, the Dominic Cernia calculator to determine?" And he goes, "No." He goes, "You showed that your slider was 70 millimeters off the ground, and I measured mine, and it was 65 millimeters off the ground, so mine is lower than yours." And I was like, oh my God, this is like a present that the universe has brought me. Because when I built it, I kicked the skid, I angled the skid, so the rear of my sliders was higher than his, therefore his center of gravity was lower than mine. And then I spent a number of posts trying to explain to him, CGH is measured by putting scales under the wheels of your vehicle and measuring it, and then using geometry to figure out, actually trigonometry to figure out where your CGH is. You can't just put a ruler against the side of your vehicle. It was truly a moment to behold. And at that point, he did in fact give up, which made me a little bit sad. Oh, a Luffy t-shirt. No way. Is it the Wanted Marine? Don't we love the Red Cat Army? We do. Hey, 1776. I see what you did there. Yeah, next year should be a good one. We should have a heck of a party. 250 years. Who would have thought we'd make it? The grand experiment. Yes, Mr. Hurley does indeed have a Red Cat Ascent. But he also knows. He knows. He knows all too well. There are certain limitations. And those limitations are not arguable. No one will convince anyone else of the validity or viability of the Gen 9 axle. Like, this isn't just an instance of you can maybe do better. This is an instance of you're hard pressed to do worse. Without idiots, we would have no story to tell. That's true. I don't know how tagging people works on the live. Like I don't like I've seen on other lives people actually like respond to comments. The Zoku 410 shenanigans I'm watching more closely, intently. Don't get me wrong, the Red Cap Fusion Ascent is a good-looking rig. Well, yeah, they made it shiny. The best cheap straight axle you can get in Jora AR-44 clones that are reasonably good. And you can probably get them for around $50 American. I don't know what that is in crumpets. That's your currency over there, right? Crumpets. I don't know how much that is in crumpets, but I don't know what the going conversion rate is. But they are. I've used 2 sets of them to do builds now, and they are basically acceptable. They're absolutely acceptable. The quality difference is not really that far removed from the one-piece AR-44s from Axial. You might have to throw a shim and an axle here and there, but I mean, $50 is $50, you know. Don't expect the world for $50. I think is a good place to start from. I wonder how hot it's getting outside. I believe oh man, Jeff at the okay. Now I was being silly, but I believe the currency is dole. That's whoa. That's almost like a July 4th shots fired type of moment, because I know what that word means. I know the British people though, they don't really get offended too much. Well, the Australians don't either. I just did a terrible Australian accent. They don't really get offended either. There's a certain subcategory of Americans that seem to get offended a lot. But I've noticed people from around the world, they don't get offended nearly as easily. Guess I am a ghost? Oh, I think what it is, let me see if I can do it. So what I did is I copied, and then I went... So I'll go at, and then I'll go paste. Let's see. Can I see? Oh, yeah. No, he's a ghost. I thought maybe you had to, like, cut and paste his name, but I tried that, and it didn't work either. I don't know if you saw my comment, but I took the springs out of the center axle of my TR6, and even in its stock configuration, it works really good. I don't remember. I do sincerely apologize. I don't remember who said it, but somebody left a comment on a video that said there's enough TRX6 owners in their area that they actually have like a comp class among the TRX6s, and he said basically nobody runs middle springs on their TRX6s. And I was like, it was a light bulb so bright I had to close my eyes, because I was like, oh my God, that makes so much sense, because we have this, getting that to equalize those 4 shocks in the back end is nigh on impossible. And then I took it a step further. For any of you still tuning your TRX6s, any of you Jolly Green buyers, or Jolly Green buyers of the future, he's picking up another batch of rails, so they should be available on Zoku soon. I would guess next week you'll be able to just buy them actively, right? Because we're going into production, or so it would say. if you're in that process, I've learned go very soft on your springing, on the rear springs. I run SCX10 Pro springs on the rear of mine. 1 pound I run on there. No spring on the middle, and just run an insert that's a little more firm. I'm running they're the avocado green. They're this exact one. But instead of the fuchsia that these are, everyone that's come into the building has said, these are not pink, they're fuchsia. The olive drab ones are the exact same rate as these. I run these in the tusks, no shims, no nothing, and they're perfect. Because the first element of suspension is the inserts in the tires. Shocks come second. Yeah, see, we can't make Jimbo's name, like, we can't put the box around it. I love my TRX6, so you're going to make me get another one. I'm building another one. RC Maniac, it's funny you say that. Someone messaged him and asked if he thought it was possible to put a VFD in it. I don't think it is, because I think I put my skid too far forward. But don't take that as dissuasion to try. Now, VFD with a stubby could maybe probably fit. Why did I not think of that? Because I wanted it to build it for a stealth. Would I have considered doing it with a VFD? Absolutely, positively not. Because to build a stubbied VFD, let's be realistic. You could buy what? 4? You could buy 4 Stealth X's? So, yeah, that was... I did it out of order again. I would never even have considered. I also don't have any VFDs here. I built his Stealth X out of parts. Okay, those... Wow. The ears on an F10. Just Google it. Ha ha! Am I the only one that can get a box? Is that what it is? You only see the box if it's you being added. Ah, see, MKRC builds coming in. Just swooping in and being like, hey, idiots, stop adding people. We could definitely do we could definitely do it. 100%. If you want a Jolly Green with an LCXU in it, I will talk to Zoku on Insta or the Discord, and I'll be like, can you make a skid with the 2 bolt holes for an LCXU? Don't change anything else. And he'll go, yeah, that'll take like 5 seconds. Yeah, we could definitely do an LCXU Jolly Green. Not even hard, man. That's easy stuff. What does everybody think the odds are of me slapping these links on and the pumpkin being at the correct angle when swapping from an F10 to a 10 Pro? I think it's like 1 in 6. It's like a 1 in 6 chance. So what is that? 16%? Yeah. I'll go 16% odds that this works. And no higher. Where's this guy? There he is. Even money. That's not a bet, though, is it? Even money isn't really a bet. That's just like it will or it won't. The hollow ball that goes in an F10 is a 5.7 by 7. And the hollow ball that goes into a 10 Pro is a 5.7 by 7.5. Which is okay, because I just bought 2 bags of 7.5s SOR graphics on one of my last A-main orders. Does the Cooper T have 2 outputs to the rear? It would be cool to see Jolly Green V2 with another axle and independent drive shafts. I don't think it does, but I think it could. Yeah, all you would need to do is this shaft, replace that shaft that has outputs on both. But then that would be 0%, and this would be 30%. So it would probably not be the best one to do. They make those, basically it's a carrier bearing / T case that has 2 outputs on it. You'd probably just want to go with one of those. Jolly Green number 2 is going to have TRX4 axles on it because I already bought them. Well, I'm sorry, TRX6 axles because I already bought them. Because I need to build something for the build series, and I'm going to build that. Only because I need to source more parts for RC Zillas. So I'm going to kind of be companion building RC Zillas at the same time. And I have almost everything to build mine right now. Almost. You wouldn't be here if I had everything. I just finished installing and reviewing the Mias Gearbox from your Gearbox video. Thank you, it's really good. I just hope they will do a Delrin skid, right? Red Robin's fries are amazing because they never stop bringing them to you. And I would put, tier list. If we, okay. Hold on. I can't believe Hugo blew us off on the day of our independence to go eat tapas and drink. What's that drink they drink? What's a drink they drink in Spain? What do they drink in Spain? He's probably drinking that, whatever that is. He's eating paella. That's a thing, right? That's a Spanish thing. Okay. On the French fry tier list, okay? If we're going down the French fry tier list, honestly, I would put, is the new Mias radio the same hot RC with the updated theme on the menus? From what somebody in a YouTube comment said, yes. Sangria. That's it. He's eating paella and drinking sangria like a Spaniard. Somebody in the comments said that the hot RC and the Mias are the exact same thing. The exact same thing. Spain is pretty close to the French. You know how that goes. Right? Am I right or am I right? I don't know. It looks close. It looks like the lower might be a hair shorter. And by a hair shorter, I mean a hair shorter. Which is fine. Honestly. It's not going to upset it too much. Okay. So, if we are going to rank not just types of fries, but fry of origin. Like, you get the fries from this place. Okay. We can knock 2 out of the way right now. I know there's, I haven't seen, we can't, never call Mike Cross an Australian, but he's as closest we've got, so far as I know. And, I just drew something that was supposed to be an N, and halfway through writing it down, I forgot what an N looked like. Okay. Easy. So, they call it Macca's. It's easy to fit. 3 got it better? Not really. McDonald's. Here's the thing about McDonald's fries. McDonald's turned French fries into science. Are they destroying part of the world in order to grow the potatoes that they specifically make McDonald's fries out of? Probably. But no matter where you go, in this great land, insert sound of screeching, you go, ah! You know that if you see those golden arches and you go in there, you know exactly what those fries are going to taste like. You know exactly. McDonald's French fries have become the absolute prototype for the archetype of consistency. And when they are hot, oh man, they'll go up against anybody for taste, texture, etc., etc. When they start to get cold, I mean, an ice cold McDonald's French fry is an In-N-Out French fry. An In-N-Out French fry is inarguably bad. You know what makes In-N-Out French fries better? Remember when we ate the burgers? There was a whole bag of In-N-Out fries left. I took aluminum foil and I made a little boat out of it. And I put the In-N-Out fries and I put them in the air fryer. And I air fried them for 6 minutes. They were actually edible. That's as high as I would rank In-N-Out, but they were actually edible. Happy 4th of July to Americans and to the rest of the world. Thanks for putting up with our fireworks freedom chants and metric system denial. We will deny the metric system forever. We'll never do it. We don't care if it's better. We don't care if it's easier. I have to use metric in here all the time. I just bought this on Amazon. Look at that. We can work together. Because sometimes I want to measure a tire, and I don't like, my kid stole it. I have one of those seamstresses tape measures that you roll back up into a roll. Isn't this easier? I think it is. And the only reason I have this is because to qualify for same-day shipping, I had to spend another $4.80. So that came with, it's got like velvet on it. It's like a smoother, and I do vinyl. And the biggest decal spreader I've ever seen, because apparently it was actually a wallpaper smoothing kit. I didn't know. It also came with the lowest quality number 11 X-Acto knife I'd ever seen. But it'll still work. And I'll put it over by the 3D printer. I once dropped McDonald's fry in my truck and about a month later found it looks exactly the same as it did when I dropped it. Well, yeah. It's a deep fried potato, Charles. There's nothing nothing to go wrong with it. Why are people uncomfortable using both systems? I think that most of the people that seem to be uncomfortable using both systems don't realize that they are or have been using both systems for a long time. I will give you that for many applications, the system known as metric is just easier and more effective. Like when I'm measuring something out, I tend to think in both. And that didn't even come from the toy cars, that came from cycling. If you want to see the metric system and the imperial system swirled together, like one of those soft serve cones with the chocolate and the vanilla swirled together, look no further than bicycles, where you have 29ers with standard rims, and metric tires, and the spacing on the chains, that's half an inch, baby. That's half an inch, pin to pin. They are standard. So you can have a fully metric bicycle with every measurement in millimeters, and the spacing between the 2 points on 2 chain links is 1/2 of an inch. 12.7 whatever odd millimeters that comes out to. It's just like how you'll never defeat us ultimately, because every camera on the planet has a 1/4x20 screw hole in the bottom of it. And they've tried a couple times in the past to get us and put 6 millimeter. Look, it's not happening. Just give up. Tires in any application, 100%. I just spent, how much did I spend? Did I mention it before? If I've mentioned it before and you heard me, don't answer. If you haven't heard me mention it before, how much did I spend on 4 new tires for my Subaru? Just throw out a number. Throw out a number. And unlike many times in the past, I was ready. I knew how much it was going to cost. I knew it was going to be bad. And it was. It was. But it wasn't unexpected. Apart from one, temperature, the Fahrenheit system is better and more accurate. 100%. Mike Cross, brother, it's the image with the 2 arms, and they're like this. Yeah. I'll never give up Fahrenheit. Fahrenheit makes more sense. Celsius, they're like, oh, well, it's based on how much you need to do this to raise a cubic centimeter of water. Who gives a crap? It is 79 degrees in here, and I know that that's just north of optimally comfortable, right? You tell me what that is in Celsius. It's probably like 22 or something, 23. The hell does that mean? Nobody knows what that means. And it's too late for us to find out what that means. Ooh, I can salvage. Excitement. These are Vanquish specific pivot balls. I'm not just going to blast those on there. Those go in there. Oh, 9 bolts. 9 bolts is a cyclist. They just outed themselves. What about bottom bracket threading? Bottom brackets are all you need to know about cycling. That's all you need to know. There is the standard is no standard. I mean, BSA tried. God bless them, right? British standard kind of didn't stick, though. Once we got into the hideous world that nobody asked for of press fit, ugh. If you can think of a number, there's a bottom bracket in that width, that threading, they creak. Terrible. There you go. Aaron Schmidt's got it. But at what temp does water freeze and then boil in Fahrenheit? 32 and 212. Like, this is America. Don't catch you slipping now. We know that. 32, pretty cold. 0, very cold. It's just better. I use it for barbecue. Look at that. If the guy from New Zealand uses Fahrenheit to barbecue, argument over. Should I make new marking lights? You could. I mean, you could. I can show you exactly what a lens looks like or... Hold on. Let me get Nigel. Nigel! So, MKRC asked, so these guys right here, that little guy, they do actually clip in. This little socket in the back is exactly 8 millimeters tall, 16 millimeters long, and this is just a 3 millimeter hole. So neither in the front nor the rear do they give you any mechanism to affix the light, because you can see from the inside of the bed, it's just a hole. it's just a hole. So usually dab of hot glue to hold it in there. I didn't even notice. I did not remove these. They both got scraped off because the kids drive Nigel and scrape his lights off. But yeah, 8x16, 3 millimeter right there. If I would have to attach them with glue, I'm absolutely fine with that. I would have no problem with that at all. I would just like that the white LED doesn't absolutely blow out and make them basically look white. 69 is actually nice in Fahrenheit. It is. It's nice. It's doubly nice. You know, in the crazy thing about the Subaru, it's got such a sensitive center differential that your tires must be the same size. That is absolutely true. And I had the... did I mention about how the wife was like, boy, it sure would be nice if we could have new tires before Anime Expo? Because, yeah, we're going to put like 600 miles on the car over the span of 3 days. And there was a screw. There was a Phillips head screw stuck in the passenger front tire. And I know this because there was a little silver plus. The head had been worn off, but you could still see a little bit of the silver plus sticking out. So it would slow leak. And it had been slow leaking for a little while. And that tire was apparently, either by the loss of pressure or by wearing differently, it was slightly different sized than the others. Because you would get a little, like the steering wheel would kind of go, ooh, and you would kind of, give me somebody that still has 4 tires on it. You would kind of, like you'd be driving straight and you'd feel like the vehicle went, like it would do a little shimmy. And it made you nervous. So I went to the Costco and I'm not a drummer. $1,100. $1,100. I believe somebody said exactly $1,100. Costco carries 3 flavors of tires in 245 50 R20. So if I had told you the amount, nobody would have guessed under $1,000. 245 50 R20s. And I went with the cheapest Costco option, the Bridgestone Alenza AS Ultra, which are usually about $280 a pop. So you're doing all right. You know, $1,100 includes California's fee. California now charges you like $5 per tire for California tire disposal. And the tires weigh 30 pounds each, so I wasn't bringing them home. But yeah, $1,100. The beauty of it is I walked home from the Costco, dropped the car off, walked home, 12 minutes. I live 12 minutes from a Costco on foot. Yeah, basically that size rim and tire is apparently a common light truck size nowadays. So these are Treadwear 800. I have never owned an 800 Treadwear tire in my life, and they're both rated A for temp and A for traction. So it'll be an interesting, we're living now in an interesting experiment. We're definitely all together going to see how it goes. Oh, you'll have to make the center hole 4 to 4.5, and I'll make them take a small screw in the other holes. Oh, yeah. Not a problem. Not a problem. I'll drill that hole out in a heartbeat. If you owned one, and at this point, MKRC Builds could just start an FJ40 industry making FJ40 stuff. Yeah, those tires should last you a long, long time. Yeah, I got the other ones. I looked at the sidewall before they went. They were Treadwear 360, which is about typically what you'd see on an OE tire that comes on a car. And I had them changed at, and I do not kid you, 36,101 miles. So truth in advertising, I guess. So in the front, I don't know if we'll be able to see up the belly here. No, because he's got his fenders in. Basically, there's an outer wall, and then there's an inner wall. And do you see right here? Nothing. Nothing. So you take a drill bit, and you drill straight through from the inside to come out the fender on this side. And then you widen it out. I widened it out with this guy right here, so that I can fit the LED from the back and then put some hot glue on it. Because the opening is actually this is hollow in here, and the opening's in. How do you expect to get an LED? How would you get that up in there? And then if you put the inner fenders in there, you don't get it up in there at all. So FMS, God bless. There are some aspects of it that just like, what was the thinking? I don't know. I'm open to anyone donating an FJ40 to MKRC Builds. We just got to wait for them to go on sale on Amazon again. I'll stick with Michelin. I don't know. So up through the fender, you can, it's open at the bottom, closed at the top, but you would have to insert that LED up about 15 millimeters and then turn it at an angle, like a 90-degree angle. So it's easier to just drill the hole straight through the inner fender wall and then insert them from the inside. Because I've already had to replace those LEDs. I mean, I blew them out, but nevertheless, I had to replace them. I have had, and I'm not kidding, I have had French fries that you prepare in the oven that are significantly better than Burger King French fries. Burger King French fries are not unique in this, but it is worthy of mention. They do that thing where they almost give you like they were coated in wax. Like they didn't fry them in oil, they fried them in wax. And then when you eat them, the wax gets in your mouth. Burger King is a fast food establishment that my children and I routinely forget exists. I had lukewarm waffle fries at the convention center yesterday that were better than both Burger King fries and In-N-Out fries. I think waffle fries are a little bit of a cheat. Same with curly fries. Wendy's fries are, for me, the benchmark of the middle of French fries. Like, that is, no one has any excuse to make a French fry worse than Wendy's. Now, I've been to Dairy Queen many times. There used to be a lot more Dairy Queens than there are now. They used to be pretty prevalent around here. But I would say I've never eaten a food at Dairy Queen. I've always gotten like ice cream stuff. The whole reason this popped into my head is because when they said Red Robin with the steak fries, the steak fry is my least favorite French fry because, as someone has pointed out, more smarter than I, the ratio of the outside of the fry to the inside of the fry is incorrect. There's too much inside of the fry. So, the asterisk of that is Red Robin. Because they will bring you fries so hot, you cannot put them in your mouth. Like, you have to let them sit on the table for a little while. And when you get that fry straight out of the oil, and you sprinkle that Red Robin seasoning on it, man, those are good. But they're very situationally good. Fast food fries have a much tougher row to hoe, as someone might say. I guess I just said it. Because they've got to be good after the 10 minutes or so that it took to get them home. I like the WD thick cut frozen French fries cooked in my air fryer. I like, if there's fries, if fries are the choice, and one of the fry options in the bags is steak fries, I'm basically never gonna take it. Like, they are so hit and miss. Around here, I think the only curly fry I know of is Jack in the Box. I can't think of another curly fry other than Jack in the Box. And Jack in the Box curly fries are good. I would put... Okay, we're going to write this down in the worst way possible. Okay, if you can't read my terrible penmanship, it says Jack's Curlies. Jack's Curlies are A tier. They're good. And, now mind you, I don't drink. Oh, Arby's curly fries. Arby's curly fries are good. Are good. But I don't know if I would rank Arby's curly fries high enough over Jack's curly fries to get them into S. I don't know. I don't think Arby's curly fries are S tier. They're good. They're easily as good as Jack's. And also, I would say, once again, there's another little advantage given. The Jack in the Box is like 3 minutes from the house. The Arby's, our one local Arby's is an absolute screaming nightmare to get to. You better be eating it there, because otherwise, whatever you order is going to be cold by the time you get it home. So they have an automatic disadvantage. I would put on it. Let's be honest, okay? I'm going to be Jack's straight fries are awful. Okay. Baker's fries, determinedly B tier. Better than Wendy's. And the advantage is, for those of you unknowing, the Baker's sells a portion of fries which they call the Frynormous. The Frynormous is a 1 pound bag of fries, and you will forgive a lot when a place gives you a pound of French fries. And most times, they started off with one of those little traditional white paper, the kind of same bag, the wax paper, the same bag that they would put a burger in, and then the burger is half sticking out of it. They started with that, and then they gave up. And then they just, the bag that you get your food in, they fill one of those bags with French fries. Basically like you would get a popcorn bag. So yeah, like a KFC chicken bucket worth of fries. We buy one Baker's Frynormous. It's enough fries for 4 people, and there will be fries left over. Now, when those fries get even cool, they are god awful, because they're not a proper shoestring, but they're pretty close to a shoestring fry. And a shoestring fry is as temperature dependent as any other fry. So the angle that we're at right here, it's honestly, it's damnably close. Let me get you down to my level. Let me get you down to my level. How I wish for a longer cable. Okay. So we get way down here. Now you see that little bit of daylight? Maybe you don't. A little bit of daylight right there. I like to set this up to where when we're at ride height, that portal box is flat on the ground. So we would need the rear upper dialed out like a millimeter and a half. I don't know, but the pinion angle looks strong. That's perfect right there. And we're just a little bit through the compression. So going Vanquish to axial, that is far, far closer than I thought that those were going to come out. Which leads me to believe we're probably not going to have remotely the... Hey, look, another Element Panhard mount. We're probably not going to have remotely the same good fortune. I'm not trying to be negative. I'm an unwitting realist. I don't know what I'm doing. What are we building? You must get some chocolate shake to dip those fries in. Yeah, milkshake. Yeah, milkshake with fries is pretty good. Steak and shake fries are always soggy and more raw than cooked. Yeah. Do you peeps have Cafe Rouge over there? No, I've never heard of it. Can I tell you the fries in Amsterdam street carts are up there, but not going back there again just for fries. That place is gone. What are we building? Who is this guy? This is Eddie. This is Eddie. And Eddie, you will recall, has a problem of what I would call failure to spark joy, because there's something about a VFD twin and straight axles that I can't make myself like. Very similar to there's something about a 10 Pro gearbox and straight axles that I can't make myself like. So I had a set of 10 Pros here. So I had mentioned it before, and I don't remember if I mentioned it all the way through, but I said we are going to put the 10 Pros on our good friend Edward here, and we're going to take those F10s, and they are going to go on one of the two chassis builds that I have here awaiting. I have one called a Lone Ranger, and I have one called a Kit Crawler, K-I-T-T. And one of them is getting F10s, and the other one is getting Mias nylons. I'm going to build one portal and one straight. And the straight axle is going to be a Class 2, and the portal axle is going to be a Canyon Class 1.5. That's how I'm going to do that. At least that's the plan. So those two will be built in the identical cousins sort of way, where we're going to do a similar approach. Their builds will overlap. And here we're getting to where we're freeing up. Actually, that's a lot more readable right there, is it not? We're freeing up these F10 straights. And we're trying to get Eddie put back together because, in the full disclosure that no one asked for, the wheels have selected Eddie a couple times. And I just have to spin again, because not only am I not happy with the way Eddie drives, but I sent the body to Northern California like 4 months ago. So when that body gets painted, we will move it on to something else. We will do that. So Eddie is getting a spa day. It's Eddie's spa day today, everybody. Nothing beats an In-N-Out Neapolitan shake. You know what? Uh-oh, here we go. Me and Mr. Truitt. This is our first harsh disagreement. I find that if you take a Neapolitan shake, for those unaware, is on the secret In-N-Out menu, and they basically just take vanilla, chocolate, and strawberry, Neapolitan, and they mix the three together in the shake. It is my personal opinion that if you take those three flavors of ice cream and you mix them together, the result doesn't really taste like anything. Oh, Miata Commuter just threw down $25. Thank you, Miata Commuter. In memoriam, you know what? Bring back the Sawtooth. The Sawtooth is dead. Viva la Sawtooth. I remember now. It was brought to my attention because Miata Commuter showed up very late. I was 100% in error asking you all not to gift memberships, because when I asked you to not gift memberships, you all were very good about it and you stopped gifting memberships. And then my monthly revenue for the month of June fell by 40%. 40. Which means that when you stopped gifting memberships, nobody was super chatting or anything else. The money was just gone. I was making as much money on AdSense on Sunday and Monday as I was on a live stream day. And when I say making money, we use that in the colloquial sense. Where does the money go? It goes places like this. Here's a teaser for you. The money goes in places like this. And places like this. Because I can't stop buying megalithics. And it goes to places like what we're doing right now, because we're going to put a whole new body and everything on Eddie. And we can do it. We can today. Oh, and Assumption, the Sawtooth. I don't think I have a weeded sticker. So what would happen is, I have a little chunk of whiteboard in here somewhere. I have a whiteboard chunk. Okay. So Okay, so we have, pretend these are 3 different colors, right? These are the 3 different tiers of membership, right? Down here at the bottom is the top tier. So that's $3. This is the middle tier, and this is the cheapest tier. So when you gift a membership, you're giving away the cheapest tier. I'm pretty sure, right? Or do you give away the middle one? Which one do you give? I'm not even sure. So anyway, this one goes like this. It's got a little squiggle to it, right? Because the people who do this one bought their memberships like the day I started channel memberships, and they don't discontinue. So this line barely moves. Then you have the lowest one, which there are more of because it costs $2.99. And that one kind of goes like that, right? It goes up and down. People pick it up, people drop it, people pick it up, people drop it. Then you have the gifted one. It goes like this, and then Friday comes along, and people gift memberships. And then we go till the next Friday, and the ones from 28 days ago roll off, and we fall down again. And then another week goes by, and then people gift memberships, and it goes up again, and then it goes by, and it goes down, and then it goes away. And then there's a big burst of gift memberships, and then it goes down, and it goes like this. So we get this sawtooth. We get this perfect sawtooth that just goes, and it was going, and then I told people to stop buying them, and it went like this. And that's down like that. And in this zone right here, between there and there, exists $400. $400 right in there. So, so what I did is back around here, I said, hey, $400 less a month, please. Which is, enough to buy stuff like that. And I had an idea, I had a notion of, curating the members area, right? Where like members get more stuff, right? I am even more unfiltered in the members. Oh, and there were times, an assumption, where the gifted on a Friday, say we'd get 30 gifted, and then in the following week, like 30 gifted would roll off. Then 30 more gifted. So it would literally, there was a period of about 2 months where it literally looked like it looked like the teeth of a saw. And then I had here's what prompted this. Money. I'm gonna channel my inner Clancy Brown. I like money because money allows me to buy tires and buy stuff. And I would like to buy some more stamps so I can give away more stickers. I have 5 stickers left. I can't give away anything because I run out of stamps and I don't get paid again until July 21st. I don't want to sound like I'm panhandling and begging for it. I'm trying to say that I single-handedly crippled one of my primary revenue streams. And it's the summer. So views are down, this is down, that's down, impressions are down, everything is down. So we don't nest egg around here, babe. When we get paid on the 21st, to paraphrase poet, philosopher, schoolboy Q, paid on the 21st, broke by the 23rd. That's how I ordinarily operate. And I don't think about things like stamps until I run out of stamps. Because energy conserving and money conserving by nature, I go to Costco and I buy Mike Cross broke his shock stand. Mike Cross, you better glue that thing back together. Because guess what else I don't have? The cheap Amazon basswood that I cut shock stands out of. I don't have any of that either. Matter of fact, I only have 1 shock stand in this building. And I glued that back together. Because it's broken too. Is that where you broke yours? I'm going to guess that's where you broke yours. I designed this in Apple Keynote. That's how much of a CAD guy I am. Keynote for all of your drafting needs. I mean, unless you stepped on it, in which case it's probably gone. But, pull it back from the brink. Now, I'm almost convinced that neither the Panhard nor the drag link are going to work. This is going to move the position on these, like, unquestionably. Okay. All right. It's going to happen. Wait. It might happen. Jeez. I don't know. My original got broken into 15 pieces. We need the revision 2 shock stand for Charles made out of, geez, I don't know, steel? I'm thinking, at this point, I'm thinking aluminum might not do it. All right. I don't want to be more lazy than usual. So we're going to make an effort. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to make an attempt to retain this vehicle as chassis-mounted steering. Who knows? Maybe the 10 Pro axle will be more receptive to it than the F10 was. But if it starts to give me too much business, I am going to... I just glued mine with super glue. I'm gonna put the bracket on this, because you can get it if you use the stock bracket and some spacers. You can get away with a full height servo on this because the portals will help clear it. So if this will mount up without dramaticals, we're gonna do. My intention is chassis mounted steering. But otherwise, we're just going to put the servo on the axle. Finished something on my 10 Pro kit. I've said stash for a hot minute. Mr. C was not kidding about the assembly of that gearbox. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. I was working on RCs, but then my wife made me come to the beach. Oh, my God. Can you imagine having to go to the beach? I'm going to reinforce mine with aluminum angle. You should have enough room, I think. Yeah, just pop some holes in the angle. Yeah, you can see the... I didn't say I used a little bit of super glue. Do you have a pick of the burger list? I don't know. Did we do a burger list? I don't know if we did a burger list. As they pop into my head, I just write another one down. Yeah. Yeah, I left my dry erase uncapped too long. Five Guys, as I think Mr. Truitt said, they have good grease. Five Guys fries are a mess. Like, that grease is eaten through the bag before you even get them to the table. Man, they're good though. Man, are they good. They really are good. And I had said it took me a couple years after eating Five Guys for the first time to be like, is Five Guys actually any good? Because I had only eaten it after long cycles. Like, I would ride my bike to Forest Falls, climb 10,000 feet in elevation, coast downhill at 45 miles an hour, go to the Five Guys and eat a hamburger. What do they call it? It's not All the Way. Not Mike's Way. What do they call it? Every fast food place has a, this is the way we do it. And I didn't do that because the Five Guys burger has like mushrooms and a bunch of stuff on it. And I was like, well, I don't like that stuff. And then finally, I went to Five Guys, not recently, because apparently it's like $22 a person to go to Five Guys now. I went to Five Guys and I got the burger with everything on it. And that is the only way to eat a Five Guys burger. If you think you're not going to like the stuff, just fight against your own instincts and get the burger with everything on it. Honestly, it's the only way to have it. I like Five Guys, but the pricing is ungodly. Yeah. Mr. Hurley, White Castle has never really made it out here. We only just got Fat Burger, and that's in Orange County. And we just got Steak and Shake here fairly recently. When I talk about living in the sticks, I kind of live in the sticks a little. Not the sticks like what many people associate with the sticks, but it is definitely sticks adjacent. We only got the very first poke place like 4 years ago. The meat at Five Guys has no flavor. Same with the Habit and all those other burgers, condiments because of the flavor. I believe you're correct. And Mr. Truitt is spot on about Steak and Shake. So me and the wife, we used to have date night on Saturdays. And then we realized that we don't really like people that much. Neither of us do. She has to work with people, and I try not to leave the yard. So we transfixed and transformerated that, which is we go trailing first thing, bright and early Sunday morning. We come home, we take a shower depending on how hot it was or how much icky foam we got on us. And then we go out at about 11:30 in the morning and we have a lunch date. It's nice. It's not as crowded. There's less people. It tends to be cheaper. So we go around to wherever locally, and man, like I do find that on Sunday mornings I am definitely more critical of the food that I get than I perhaps am if I'm eating it in another situation. But I am heavily analytical of the food, and we also had started to realize that we're doing that thing where you only go to the same places over and over again. So we try to go someplace different at least every other week. And we've definitely had some hits and misses. Like, I can't put on my French fry tier list. I mean, I guess I can. It's my French fry tier list. Yeah, why not? I remembered to cap the weight. Let's see if we can get a we have a lot of places that do frou-frou burgers. Nope. Wait. Okay, there we go. I would put S tier. Okay. Hey Burger is, to my knowledge, there's only one of them. No. So, Mr. Hurley, what we do is, that's the thing. We'll go back to the same place over and over because we know we like it, right? But then that doesn't really expand your horizons. Redlands is our local bougie town right next to us. And the bougie town is full of restaurants. There's a lot of restaurants on there. And there are restaurants that have been there for years and years and years, and we just noticed that we'd never eaten at any of them. So we started going to a lot of those places. And it's more misses than hits, let's be honest. But then you do find some good ones. Like, I don't believe there's another Hate Burger. I think we have the only one. They deep fry they cut their own, they take potatoes and they put them in that machine that has the grid in it, and and then they just put them in peanut oil. And they fry the fries in peanut oil, and those fries are sinful. I want to say RG with the number 6521, he's had them. He came through and asked where he should eat in the area, and I said, do yourself a favor, go down to State Street, the bougie part of town, and under the umbrellas, and go to Hate Burger. And Hate Burger is a place where 4 people eating Hate Burger is $80 or $90. So you do not go there a lot. It's probably actually around the same cost as eating at Five Guys now. And if it was between Five Guys and Hate Burger, it's Hate Burger all day. Big Bear Mining Company. The wife wants to go crawling up in the Big Bear area one day, up for trailing. So that is an excellent suggestion from Mr. Truitt. Also, the steakhouse up in Oak Glen, very good. The steaks are very expensive, but you kind of feel like it's worth it. It was good. I've been on vacation since last Friday. I've been out every morning crawling at my favorite spot and burned through 2 battery packs in each of the 2 rigs. Nice. That's a good time. He's having a good time. Did somebody say, when's the Anime Expo? Day 1 was yesterday. My wife and my youngest are at day 2 right now. I will be there again tomorrow. Carl's fries are strictly mediocre. I've never had a French fry that was more mid than Carl's Jr. Okay, Mike Cross. I don't know. I don't know when the land of Dragon Eggs and LC80s, I don't know when you got Carl's Jr. We have here in America, at least some of us in the Southern California era, we have a different memory of Carl's Jr. There was the Carl, it's Carl Karcher, right? There was the Carl era of Carl's Jr., where the food was cheaper. Carl's Jr. had crinkle cut fries way back in the olden times. The crinkle cut fry is outstanding. Okay, because of a lack of quality control, but because of childhood memory and everything that else that goes with it, solid A-tier French fry, Del Taco, because Del Taco, one of the only places still doing a crinkle cut French fry. If you want to make chili cheese fries, that is the best French fry to put it on. That is the best French fry to put it on, to the point where Baker's knows that so much that when Baker's started doing chili cheese fries, they don't. They do chili cheese tots. Tots are the best thing to put chili cheese on. It's the perfect ratio. Del Taco, I understand, is now most everywhere in America, but for a long time, it was here. Del Taco was like Southern California growing up, because before that, it was Noggles. Anybody an OG SoCal enough guy to remember Noggles? I remember the commercials. Hi, I'm Ed Noggle. And you could go to Noggles, and they'd give you a balloon, and it had Ed Noggles' face on it. There was a merger, buyout, whatever happens in the corporate world between Del Taco and Noggles. I don't know what happened. But that's how Del Taco got things like the Del Beef Burrito. Poutine is properly how to eat fries. Poutine is just Canadian chili cheese fries. Big Mike hasn't had Del Taco in 30 years. My neighbor... Wow. Mr. C, would you believe we have a Del Taco in Florida? Wow. Pioneer Chicken. Holy crap. Psycho Garage, I'm going to hit you back. You're going to volley at me with Pioneer Chicken, and I'm going to volley back at you with Puppin' Taco. Because if you remember Noggles and Pioneer Chicken, there's a good chance you remember Puppin' Taco. And if you remember Puppin' Taco, we can take you over to the last known example of it that I can think of, which is Tacotia, because we still got a Tacotia over in Redlands. I haven't been to a Tacotia in at least 30 years. I apologize for anyone with a native accent that I am incapable of saying Tacotia. And if it comes out of my mouth, I say Tacotia every time because I remember the damn radio commercials. Poutine also has cheese curds. The only place where cheese curds are acceptable is if they've been breaded. And you get it at the A&W. Are A&W fries any good? They're okay. A&W fries are okay. But why are you going to get the fries when you can get squeaky deep fried cheese that squeaks against your teeth? Puppin' Taco in Santa... They still have a Puppin' Taco... Oh, it's a doggy diner in the Bay Area. Yeah, it was a different thing here. The Puppin' Taco. Ha! Los Pollos Hermanos. I understand that reference. I think this rod end is a little stripped out. But I think we're going to ship it. Oh, it's not nearly long enough. Do you remember Hamburger Stand? I 100% do. Not only do I remember Hamburger Stand, I remember going down, riding our bikes, Highland Avenue, almost to Fiscalini Field, Paris Hill Park, and we'd go to the Hamburger Stand where a hamburger was 25 cents and a cheeseburger was 35 cents, and ain't nobody in their right mind eating the cheeseburgers. And they handed you a hamburger, you got exactly what you would expect for 25 cents, which was bread, meat, bread. And then there was a little black bins over there that you get your condiments out of. But yeah, we were so broke as young children that even having the money to buy Hamburger Stand was rare. And if we had Hamburger Stand money, we got Hamburger Stand. And if we didn't have Hamburger Stand money, which happened often, we would watch our friends eat, which is a remnant of poor youth, I must say. And if we somehow got that lawn mowing money in, or some other factor, and we had extra money, we would go to the Del Taco, and we would get bean and cheese cups for 49 cents. And then we would take our reusable Slurpee containers to the 7-Eleven across the street and fill up with 32 ounces of Slurpee. And what do you think happens if you take some like 13, 14, 15-year-olds and you fill them with beans, cheese, and Slurpees? The answer is pretty much exactly what you'd think the answer is. They get into a lot of trouble and they smell terrible. Good times definitely had by all. I think I might have my rod ends separated into too many bins because I'm trying to find rod ends to make a tie rod for this. Now, checkers is a thing we definitely don't have. Checkers, what is it? Checkers, rallies, and something else. We don't have those. Like I say, we only just got poke. Come on. Which my wife would never do. You could not get her to eat raw fish under any circumstance. Remember the enchilito? We have Frost Top here. As kids, we rode in the rumble seat of a 30 Model A street rod to get a hamburger and A&W root beer float. Pinto beans, cornbread, and green onions. Yeah. We had an outstanding rule between the friend group that no one was allowed to eat corn nuts if we were going on any trip in a car. Because if you've ever been enclosed in a vehicle, when somebody rips off a corn nut burp, it is a less than transcendent experience. But it is one that you will remember. It was definitely one that you'll remember. Growing up at the time we did, because we had in very close proximity to the house that I spent much of my formative years, middle school through high school, the house I lived in then, I was almost equidistant from a Noggles and a Del Taco. Like one of the original Del Tacos that I remember. So I have had a baseless, just happens to exist aversion to Taco Bell ever since then. I have probably eaten Taco Bell less than 5 times in my entire life. And I've eaten Del Taco so many times I couldn't even count it. I will say, we were at some sort of science. I want to say it is where the big cube is in Orange County, the science museum down there. It's like the Children's Science Center or something. And they sold out to the man because, you got to keep the lights on so you can teach kids about science. They have a Taco Bell in the basement. And when we found that out, we're like, oh boy, we get to pay $13 for whatever they call that taco, where they put a taco shell around another taco shell. But no. It's just a Taco Bell in the basement. It's just a Taco Bell with the prices of going to a Taco Bell. So we were all eating. This was far pre-COVID. My kids were kind of small at the time. But we were paying like $7-8 a person. So one, A, that was exciting. B, I was very hungry. And then C, I ate it in the basement of a science museum. That Taco Bell was genuinely good. Okay. Bill Truitt says the best burrito he ever had was off 2nd Street in San Bernardino. Okay. I know the area you're talking about because one of the best burritos I've ever had was on Mill Street, right across the street, Mill and E, right across the street from the Orange Show Fairgrounds, in a place called appropriately, the front of the building, just it's Googie style architecture, and the front of the building simply says Donut. And it was run by whoever, Vietnamese, Cambodians, Laotians, that whole area that all came over and opened up donut shops. That burrito was unbelievable. And I don't know if it's childhood memory, just like there used to be a little burger shop called Burger Express right on E Street, right next to 2nd, E in the intersection of E and 2nd. And when I was going to Valley College in like 91, 92, you could go down there and get the burger combo down there, burger, fries, and a Coke for $4. And it was good. It was like a fresh made hamburger. And they did the shredded lettuce. Oh, you can't go back. I just sent you a CAD image of a test light for an FJ40 side marker fixture. Sent it how? Email. Whoa. That is excessively fancy. That is excessively fancy. Oh. Now I'm just remembering all of the foods that I can never have again, which is, you know, ultimately sad making. Yeah, this is why I make things one at a time, because that's too fancy. I mean, I know once you've made that part and you print them out, it takes like seconds, yada yada. I'm coming to grips with the fact that at best, in the best case of scenarios, we might get to a point where the relationship between the 3D printer and I is not an adversarial one. But I'm never going to fully warm up to it. It's just too finicky. Like right now, the swamp cooler's going. It's probably 95, 96 degrees outside. The swamp cooler's going. I got a fan blowing on me. Some of that draft would find its way to the 3D printer enclosure and ruin the print. The older I get, the less foods I get. You're damn right. That's absolutely true. Takes it away from you every day. That is why, as time goes by, I have my compassion is the same. I get it. But anybody, whoever you are, for whatever reason, anyone with voluntary dietary restrictions, oh, I don't eat, insert this. Whether it's meat, whether it's whatever, if you have no medically necessary reason to stop eating something and you just don't eat that anymore, I don't get it. I don't get it. Because what you need to do, you just wait. You just wait. You wait another 20 years or so, and your body is going to take it all away from you. All of it. And then the next thing you know, you're like, yeah, I remember cinnamon rolls, but I might as well eat a lit road flare. So, there you go. A lot of the foods I used to like give me bad gas now. You're well on your way, Mr. Hurley. You're well on your way. Or heartburn. I take famotidine, generics, from Amazon every single morning. Bloop. The best Denny's I ever ate was off of Barton. Denny's, I agree. I don't remember. There's a stand-up comedian that has a bit about they don't think anyone has ever voluntarily or intentionally gone to a Denny's. They just end up there. And I agree with that. I think that's probably accurate. Because you end up at the Denny's and IHOP by extension because it's all that's open. You just end up there in the middle of the night. So someone might remember, Denny's used to have a burger called the Ham Dinger, which was a hamburger that had a slice of ham on it. Pretty good. Best burrito I ever had, a little hole called Molina's. I've been dreaming about it for 20 plus years. Yeah. I know I've mentioned it. If it's on the menu, and it probably is a bad idea, I will order a fish sandwich basically wherever I go. If you sell a fish sandwich, there's a strong chance that I'm going to try that fish sandwich because I'm perpetually chasing the dragon of the best fish sandwich I ever had. A salmon sandwich that I ate in Las Vegas. Like, dear God, my kids were small. So 15 years ago, 16, 17 years ago, I ate a fish sandwich in Las Vegas, and I've been trying to recapture the joy, the bliss of that fish sandwich ever since, and I don't want to admit it, but I'm starting to feel like it's never going to happen. The Denny's La Quinta Motel conspiracy? Okay, I don't know what that is, so you're going to need to tell me, because you know how I feel about conspiracies. My youngest just turned me on to an entire little subculture on Facebook where they think everybody is trans. Like anybody that you know to be female, they think is secretly a male, and anybody you think to be male is secretly a female. Like Bill Gates was actually a woman. Kamala Harris is a man. Like they have no proof for any of this. And I think it's doubly delicious because not even at the end of the day, let's go straight to the beginning of the day. It doesn't matter. Don't judge a person based on their gender. Judge them based on how stupidly they behave. That is the measure upon which all people should be judged. Measure them based on how they drive in heavy traffic. Because while this might not be a direct indication of their intelligence, it is an indication as to whether or not they're an asshole. And that's an important distinction as well. Because ultimately, we don't even need to get to ultimately. Fundamentally, it doesn't matter to me if someone is a man or a woman. But what is the content of their character? Yeah, as if it makes any difference. The focus on gender studies and gender bias is just a way for them, whoever you want them to be, is just a way for them to drive division between us. Because what they want, whoever you want they to be, what they want is for you to not get along. They want you to see the differences in people. And that's not a conspiracy theory. That's just absolutely true. If you're somebody who's in power and you want to stay in power, you need to keep people divided. You don't want unity. Now, you can go down a laundry list of conspiracy theories after that, but no one can readily argue that they don't want division. They want you to see the differences rather than the similarities. And people are largely the same. So, we are definitely more alike than we're unalike. And if they, I'm going to use they a lot. if they can hone in on something, any old thing. I might have gotten this slipper a little too tight, you think? If they can hone in on anything to use against you to make you see the differences in other people, then they're succeeding, because then you stop turning your eyes to them. You want to know how they were successful? This isn't about what it was. This is about the way it was done. And I know the 4th of July is the perfect day to talk about this, because it's ultimately about people rising up against the people that are hanging it over their heads. The government and others, they got us to turn against each other because some people said this injection will save the world, and the other people said, I don't trust it because the government wants me to do it. And they got us to turn against each other. It doesn't matter. This isn't about efficacy. This isn't about vector control. This isn't about any of it. This is about the government, not even tacitly, but actively getting the people to turn against each other. Do you remember, and many of you will, it was not altogether that long ago, certainly since the time of the most or least recent Pink Floyd album, when we held an election, it was not uncommon to see, what, 60-40? 65-35? Nowadays, they've sown division so effectively that they're counting the votes till the last minute because it's, as presented, that close. And then you still have people that are like, if you voted for Biden, I never want to see your face in my face. And if you voted for Trump, I hope you die in a fire. And when you say that, you have to realize 50% of the country disagrees with you. No matter who you voted for, half of the people disagree with you. And they don't. They think they do. But the people that voted for Biden and the people that voted for Trump ultimately have more in common than they think that they do, because they do foolhardy things. They watch the news and they read social media and they're given conflicting reports, and the reports, the next thing you know, you're describing a Ray Bradbury novel, basically, or Huxley, or Orwell, or what's your choice? Take your pick. What dystopia do you like? Because we're all part of assembling a dystopia, and we all get to live in it together. And that is the part that I just wish some people could wrap their heads around. We all get to live in this dystopia together. I just lost like 3 fingers, some guy tonight. It is the 4th. It's still a little early for finger... Nah, it's probably not too early for finger losing. Somebody's probably already lost a couple fingers. Why can't we all just get along is the question. Yeah, no politics. The dystopia is here. We're in it. This isn't about, like, will it happen? This isn't even about when it happened. You want to get political? I don't. So I'll say something that's not political. You ready? Brace yourself. Here might be the most potentially unpopular opinion you've ever seen or heard come out of my mouth outside of a members area. But here's the thing. They like to, for 40 years of my life, thereabouts, they called it global warming. And then they changed global warming to climate change. Climate change is accurate. Do you know what the climate does? It changes. But we have people who have politicized climate change. And they politicized it by banking on a fundamental, either in equal coparts, ignorance or misunderstanding. One is the thought that you personally, through your own actions, can change the climate. You personally and myself almost equally, because I don't want to sow division. I want to glump us all in together. We don't even understand how the climate works. They still don't understand all of it. But meanwhile, a politician will stand up and say, with false integrity, we can do our part to stop climate change. You can do your part to stop the Earth from rotating and the sun from committing nuclear fusion while you're at it. That's not how it works. The climate has been changing endlessly and cyclically for millions of years. But they've told people that if you buy a Tesla, the world will be better and you will have helped. No, consumption is never going to make anything better, ever. Like, we've been lied to. Some people accepted this lie. Some people accepted that lie. It doesn't matter what lie you accepted. It's going to send us down the same path. Just, hey, Google it. Find out where lithium comes from. What a time indeed to be alive. What was she? What do you call a farmer doctor? What do you call a farmer doctor? Agricultural scientist? An agricultural scientist said that the single biggest, most damaging thing that's ever been done to the agriculture of the planet is electric cars. Because of the immensity of the carbon footprint required to produce one. I think electric cars are cool. There's one in my hand right now. Do I think we're ready for every man and woman in the land to have an electric car? Oh, dear God, no. Dear God, no. Oh, I understand why people buy Teslas. I was talking to the tire guy about it. His wife drives a Tesla. He says the tires cost a fortune for that Tesla. He goes, but it has no maintenance. It has no oil changes. It has none of that. He goes, so it all evens out. They find a way to get their money, but you're not doing all the usual stuff. I didn't know that the 30,000 mile service on a car cost $1,000. I had no idea. Oh yeah. Sanctus is, yeah. When all you have to say is California and New York's protege. So how much did you get back from Illinois? I know that until the Trump stopping of all of the incentives, I know that the total state and Fed incentives for buying an EV, at least up to a couple of years ago, was like $8,000. You got like an $8,000 kick on your taxes. Yeah, I mean, yeah. EV, why not? Yeah, we just bought a hybrid. And then learned that there's a massive false economy in that as well, which I did not expect nor anticipate, but it got me anyway. When we added that car to the insurance, a 2025 Toyota Corolla hybrid is the most expensive car on our insurance, despite the fact that it cost roughly half what my Subaru cost. They will get you. One way or another, they're gonna get you. And you just got to get ready to get got. Saving the environment from fossil oils by using a substance that explodes upon contact with oxygen and can't be put out by normal firefighting means. Ask the firefighters what they think of lithium. Wait, no, maybe. Can I get this pinion off of here? I don't know why I didn't change that screw. Oh, didn't qualify for the federal credit? Man. Well, Mr. Truitt, don't put your daughter in a Lexus. Put your daughter in a Kia. I mean, it's less safe. Yeah. How do you want to save your money, I guess? As a parent, places to save money definitely wobble around. Let's talk about my FJ40 donation some more. We've got to, the tariffs have to end. Stop-start technology, saving nearly a liter of fuel over the course of a year. A starter costs how much? Yeah. Yes, sir. Well, also, ultimately, if you go into any interaction expecting the government, and by extension, corporations, to voluntarily do things for the betterment of the environment, the people, the planet, the ecosystem, that's just not going to happen. That's not where money comes from. Money, as someone said, is the root of all evil, but in equal measure and potentially greater even, money is from which virtually all innovation springs. Because some dude wanted to make more. And in his pursuit of making more, he made some idea a reality. When your hybrid AC compressor costs $5,000, yeah, they are going to get you. How about the people on the internet? That one dude, the dude that buys junk Teslas and fixes them, and they're always talking about right to repair. Why would we ever think that we're in a place where we would have to argue for our right to fix something? If you buy it, as far as I'm concerned, it is within your rights to do whatever you want with it, so long as you're not hurting somebody else with it. But now, we have to question and find out legally if it's even our right to fix the thing that we bought with our own money. It's time for a new revolution! We need to find somebody to run that, though, because I can't be bothered, really. I want to be as complacent and ignorant as the next guy. I think it's a comfortable place to be. Real change requires sacrifice. And how many people are actually willing to give things up? Revolt headed off. I'm stuck in the early 2000s, 11 to 13 mile an hour Montero with no cats. I've spent as much in maintenance as I did buying it 8 years ago. But hey, no car payment. Yeah, only being allowed to purchase a license for something you don't actually get to open the product. It is a full-blown dystopia. Did you see the Temu fire? Is this the one where they're like, the joke at the bottom is they estimate, industry insiders estimate $15 to $18 in inventory was lost? Or did an actual Temu thing burn down? Well, even better, the one that gets me the most, my last rant that I'll give you on the government on the day. 4th of July is a good day to rant about the government, by the way. I think it's, honestly, if anything, I think it's fitting. Oh, man. Temu fire, ranting. Jeez. I ate my own thought. Damn it. I feel like it was good in the time. It might come back. It probably won't. But it might come back. The government. I was raised not to trust the government. I've read too many books where, like, the core tenet is about not trusting the government. Wish our government would get out of politics and just balance the budget. Right? I mean, come on. But they got to politicize that too. They got to politicize the money. Well, the only way we can do that is we got to take the money away from the poors. But why? Why do we have to take the money away from the poors exactly? They never give you any reason. We just say, this is why. This is how it works. And we're telling you that as the people who make it how it works. We're sorry, man. We are the government. But there's nothing we can do about it. You're just going to have to eat it. Anarchy looks good on paper if you can't read. 100%. Keeping people uneducated and behind the curve is job number one. But you can get your conspiracy hat even tighter if you want. Just think. Rule number one of a ruling body is don't let the people become too informed, because then they're gonna get that peek behind the curtain, and you want to try to stop them from getting that peek behind the curtain. So, at the same time, you want as many of them to go to college as possible. Because higher education, just like prisons, is an industry. It's not about the people. It's about the money. So you want to maintain that industry. Which leads you to ask yourself, and here's where you have to tighten your tinfoil hat. How much can we trust the quality and caliber of the education you receive from an institution that is basically centered around maintaining ignorance? So this is an institution of higher learning. They're supposed to teach you. But their goal is for you don't want to learn too much. We don't want to learn too much. And then the next thing you know, you start reading about, well, why didn't they teach me about that? And then you go down the wrong alleyway and you start to think that, some things are flat when maybe they aren't. And then we end up where we are now. The birth of the internet and the sudden accuracy, the sudden availability of all of human knowledge all at once certainly didn't help us to the degree that one might have anticipated. It really didn't. If anything, it just drove people further apart. Because if you look at the structure of what it takes to become a politician, I think sane is an overreach. So let's just go with an indefinable term and say normal. And say no normal person goes into politics. No. Amended. No normal person stays in politics. There should be no such thing as a career politician. I think a great many people do indeed get into politics for something at least approaching altruistic hopes. They would like to see change or be part of that change. But I think in fairly short order, those people recognize change is not really there to be had. Yeah, see, define normal. That's why it's great to use an undefinable term. What is normal? Not politicians. Not career politicians, for sure. It's been long enough ago that you can easily say this. We should have elected Perot. That crazy little tiny man, he would have fixed it. He would have fixed it. A poor politician. Was it Truman? Show me a man who got rich in politics and I'll show you a crook. That's a paraphrase, but it's pretty close. Having a 1968 copy of the police officer training manual as well as the anarchist cookbook on the shelf isn't a bad thing to have. Yeah. The Texas oil tycoon. Back to the before times. Yeah. A lot of us are it. We're the last people. We grew up without the internet. I mean, we grew up a lot without a lot of things, but primary among those things was growing up without the internet, because the internet has been, and again, we're here. Where are we right now? Internet. How is this made possible? Internet. But that doesn't mean it's all good. You know. The common denominator will forever be the same. It's always papal, isn't it? It's always papal. And people are the worst. Is it, am I getting it right? Is it Men in Black? He's got him on the bench. Tommy Lee Jones is talking about how a person is smart and has critical thinking abilities and all that, but people are reactionary. You know, it's the mob mentality. I think we all fall into it, intentionally or otherwise. It is to a degree unavoidable. It's human nature. We gravitate. We're in it right now. We gravitate toward people of similar inclinations. But there is this time, there is this opportunity for people to unwittingly fall into groups of people with whom they think they have similar philosophies, because they haven't formed those philosophies yet. Prejudices are taught. Ignorance is taught. You know, a lot of people get a long ways knowing, because something they were told to be fact, knowing the wrong things. You got to be open, you know. I don't want to say don't trust anybody. Don't trust the government, though. Because the government is ultimately concerned. Do I have to change these too? Do I have to change these? Yes. The government is ultimately concerned with the persistence of the government. We's just numbers. How the hell does Jimbo have $29.75 to keep that #1 crown next to his name? He donated a bunch of money. He gave a bunch of money. Yeah, he's way out there. Yeah. He did super chats 3 times? I know at least 2. I know Hugo knows where to look for the thing, but I don't. Like I say, I just ignore the top fans thing. You know why? Because it's pitting you against each other. Not to any, you know. Like, we don't actually gain it. I don't know where the points come from. Apparently, it's the primary driver is chat activity, but you can also you can bump it by super chats and stuff. The stickers, like posting the stickers, stuff like that. Yeah, More division. Oh, he heard his name, and he set down his fourth sangria. I know his ways. We know how the Spaniard is. Yeah, we woke him up. I don't know what you drink sangria out of. Just a glass? Does sangria have a specific cup? Hugo should be able to tell us. Today is yesterday's tomorrow. And today is tomorrow's yesterday. We talked about paella a little bit too. I thought they drank out of those goat skin things. Oh my God. That's stereotypical and I love it. That might win the comments on the day for me. Because now I'm picturing Hugo drinking. So we drink from whatever we want. Oh, we don't have to worry about 15-minute warning today. My wife is in Los Angeles. My most recent text message from her was at 12:10 to say that there's no Studio Ghibli booth at Anime Expo this year, which means I guess they don't have a movie coming out. Kind of sucks. But Pop Mart wasn't there either, and we thought for sure we were going to see Pop Mart this year. What with the whole Labubu craze. There was a giant Labubu there as well, by the way, which was unsettling. Yeah, I'm just going to keep putting this stuff on here until I start to get hungry. That probably won't kick in for like another hour. Nobody drinks from the skulls of their enemies anymore. It's true. He's right. He's not wrong. People just left it behind. It's a shame. How else can you express your domination of the vanquished? I have a concern. We may have to move the servo placement a little bit as well. I don't know how this is going to fit. Who said Labubu? There was at least 6 foot tall Labubu with an Insta 360 sticking out of the top of its head. And front pinion angle is really close. Really close. It's dialed away too much caster. But it is frightfully close. And Draglink and Panhard are now rendered significantly too long. But they both reduce in length by what looks like about the same. Yes! We might actually get some decent fitment on this. Now, with them being shorter, I could probably go back to the stock Panhard. Look at that axle just sitting right there in the middle. Wow. Who would have thunk it? Yeah, that Panhard is going to be much shorter. How's that upper? Okay, we need to go shorter on the upper by a fair piece. The pumpkin is actually rolled forward a little bit. Aren't Labubus just furries? Oh, also, we did not see, and my younger was looking, we did not see a single, quote-unquote, full furry the whole time there. Just the whatever they call the halves, which is like head, hands, tail, street clothes. So we thought for sure. I mean, if that's where the furries are going to show up, right? That's where the furries are going to show up. And my kid, this was the first year that they remembered that they're eligible for. No, this is the first year that they've been, because of where it falls in the year. This is the first year they've been eligible for 18 and over. So they got their wristband and they went into that part, the walled off part. And I said, so what was it like? And they said, more penises than I would have anticipated. And I was like, so yeah. Never really lives up, does it? More penises than I would have anticipated. There's where we are. Okay. So I think, let's see. Okay, drive shaft. Oh, drive shaft doesn't even fall apart. I was gonna say, I think we can get the upper link apart without detaching from the chassis side. And whatever length this is, I need a couple millimeters shorter than that. Don't think I'm going to have a turnbuckle. Oh, those wacky Japanese. It's the repression, man. They're too repressed and then they overcorrect back the other direction. You know, I mean, I get it. You know, you're like, ooh, what's behind the wall? All right. I'm going to say, if we can find 3 or 4 millimeters shorter than this one, we're going to be doing solid. I've got to tell you what a difference Suzuki made on the Phoenix. I hate to say it, but those Chronic are nice. I've said it before. I have nothing bad to say about Chronic shocks. It's just not something that I am going to openly or actively recommend because, I mean, dear sweet infant baby Jesus, you know, if you're doing well, you're spending $160 on 4 shocks. And I mean, we will always and forever have big bores looming in the background as like, here's what you can get for lesser expenditure, you know? Damn it. I am going to find 10 links that are the exact same. All right, let's just, as I pull them out of the bin, we're just going to stack them up right here. These are all the exact same length as the link I'm removing. So finding that 3 to 4 millimeters shorter is going to be a real trick. It's honestly kind of refreshing when I find the one that's too long. Japanese game shows are amazing. Just so unhinged. This is the part everybody loves. Because when I do find one shorter, it is significantly shorter. And when I do find one that's longer, 10 plus millimeters longer, this is rapidly turning into one thing. MXC, yeah, just redubbed. It's good stuff. Guy Ledouche, was that the announcer's name? Okay, then I have the bin with shorter links in it, and they're all going to be significantly too short. We've definitely hit the stumbling block. How much shorter is this? That's 10 millimeters, isn't it? Yeah. 10 millimeters. I can do 5. But I can't do 10 millimeters shorter. That's too shorter. Oh God, am I finding a lot? Longer rod ends. Oh, one of the kids is in Japan now. Japan looks very cool. Like, if there was a place that I would leave to see, I would like to see Japan. But we all know I'm not going anywhere, so. I should have measured it before I took it off. I understand. I understand now. Basically 105. So I need a rod that's going to get me to around 10. Let's go 101. Which means we need shoulder to shoulder at 65. Yeah, 65. This one's 70. I need a 65. 65 is not a thing. Plenty of 60s. Okay, 65 is a thing. How about 63 and a half? And this one is 71. No, it's like 8 millimeters too short. Coffee sounds great, but it's just too hot. Put ice in it. That's like a thing. I think they call it iced coffee. I'm not sure, though. I'm unwilling to accept the fact that I don't have a 65, 66 millimeter link. And I can't look through the 3 millimeter bin because I'd have to take the whole side of the vehicle off. Iced coffee yucko. That's a wild statement. You gotta look at that one. Step outside that statement and evaluate that statement. Like, iced tea is just hot tea with ice in it. Iced coffee, just coffee with ice in it. Like, if you like one, I would think that you would like the other. Now, that said, a buddy of mine refuses to drink hot beverages. Yeah, raise your internal temp and outside one feels bad. My grandmother subscribed to that 100% and drank blazing hot black coffee year round. I've just upended the bins of links in my potentially fruitless search for a 65 millimeter link. I can get 63s. But I can't find a single 65. I think 65 would be like a size, right? Iced coffee is horrible? That's crazy. That's crazy. I mean, the only way I like my coffee is to take a small amount of it and blend it with a large amount of ice cream. Now we've resorted to the axial turnbuckles because maybe axial makes a 65. There's a 60. And there's a 55. There's another 60. And another 55. Okay, maybe the answer is no. And there's a 70. Does the 65 millimeter link exist? They have a 70 and a 68, but not a 65. 68. 69. This is also doubly concerning. I've measured like 6 of these axial turnbuckles at this point, and only 2 of them have been the same length. Like one was 68.87, one was 69 even, 69.1. I feel like they are not produced with the greatest focus on accuracy. 69.06. It's close enough. Iced coffee and French fries. Sounds pretty good. Just gotta find someplace open. $69. Oh, that was another 69 even. Okay, so just complete 67.95. I think these are all supposed to be the same length. Complete nothingness by axial. Okay, now 4 millimeter. The skinny ones. They're all too long. They're all way too long. Except maybe that one, which I think I made. Nope, that's too long. About 5 millimeters too long. That is a 70. Golly. Golly. If we replace the front rod end with a Traxxas long, shouldn't make that much of a difference, right? That will allow us to choose a 55. What time is the stream tomorrow? I'm going to shoot for around 12. I'm going to shoot for noon. I wish I could promise that I was going to hit dead noon, but time operates on its own frequency inside the convention center. It speeds up and slows down independently. So I will shoot for the usual time. That's the 60. Good God, that's the usual goal. Try to be here at 12. Try to be there at 12. 55! 55! We found a 55. I'll be at Sandstone Beach at noon tomorrow. Well, I would never try to stop you from going to the beach. This rod end's best days are behind it. Now we'll find out if we made the, if we went through all that hassle only to make a link too short. Which, you know. How long am I going to live stream? That will depend on all of the factors out of our control. How well do the batteries in the stuff do? Is it interesting? I'd figure at least hour and a half. I shouldn't be physically destroyed yet at that point. It'll still be fairly early. If we can get this to work, I should just be able to fabricate a new drag link and panhard, and we should be in, as they say, business. That looks right. That looks right-ish. About it. My way. So if 3 millimeters on the upper link, that's not too bad. Hopefully it'll keep it centered. It's probably going to sound like an ass comment, but do you ever get tired of having to do custom links and make stuff to... It's like link stuff is right along the same with shock stuff. It has to be done. It has to be done. So it's not about liking it or disliking it. It's more about that it's a fact. It's a fact of the build that to get your wheelbase right where you want it and to get things to line up a lot of times, because, you know, we're sort of building from scratch here a lot of the time. If you're going to put 10 Pro axles onto your Phoenix, we automatically know stuff's not going to line up. And we hope, at most, we hope that for some things are going to line up for us. But then, because I ask myself this question, which I do not have the answer to, but I ask myself nonetheless. We were incapable of finding a 65 millimeter link. We could not find a single one. And it was also reasonably difficult to find a 55 millimeter link. Does that mean that companies don't make them? Or does it more indicative, perhaps, we've used them all up? If you go through the fleet, it will be absolutely bristling with 65 millimeter links. And I think that, honestly, that is probably more likely. That length upper, which comes out to the, like, 105 total length, is probably common. I know that measuring shoulder to shoulder, I run out of 85 millimeter links all the time, which would be, what, 10 millimeter thread? So 105 overall length. I run out of those faster than perhaps anything else, because that length just happens to be what a lot of upper links are. Like I say, I'm far less skid forward over fleet wide than I am skid forward. We're probably only skid forward 7-8 times. Yeah, skid forward lowers are probably 55s or 65s. Nope. Wait. First, you got to get it centered. Way off to one side. Untangle. Tangle right there. Okay, right there. Okay, we went a little too short, but by like, geez, one full turn. Yeah, maybe one full turn. Now we experience the real problem, which is everything is tangled in everything else now. Ways so it can actually settle down. It will not be a problem at all to dial that front upper out a little bit, but I'm looking at it now, and the Panhard mount for the axle is now a huge amount farther back. Now it's going to rotate forward a little bit, but it is at least 16 or 17 millimeters back of where it used to be. Which, if that is the case, I feel like our wheelbase probably got shorter. And thankfully, it did not. We're at about 315 on the wheelbase, so it did not move it back. So first things first, we will extend that upper link. Always work one link at a time, because as soon as you try to fit a second one, you're going to throw everything else off. So hopefully we can go maybe 1 or 2 revolutions. So we'll go 1, 2, which should be 1.5 millimeters approximately. Ooh, gonna order some pizza, drop it in the mail. Just put it in one of those food, like those vacuum sealers. I can sous vide it when it gets here. Everybody loves a sous vide pizza, right? Little sous vide action. And this is how we wear out fasteners and housings and everything that isn't ultimately reusable, by putting it together and taking it apart. Putting it together and taking it apart. Until it's sort of right. Got to get the kids are wanting to go do something. Yeah. I'm starting to get hungrier earlier than later. I'm going to make it till at least 4. We'll go to at least 4. I'll throw in 18 more minutes. I would like to get this front. That's still not long enough. That is still not long enough. How is that not long enough? It's one more turn. Feels bad, man. Sous vide pizza's not on my bucket list. Sous vide's all the rage, though. I see it on the internet. So we needed a link that was about 3 millimeters shorter. And I think we ended up with a link that's about, well, 6 millimeters shorter. Maybe we can fudge it. A little fudgy action. Yep, perfect. No matter what time it is, that first sip of that fresh pot of coffee is always bittersweet. More on the bitter. Oh, yes. In the listing of problems, in the airing of grievances, because the Panhard moved back a bit more. Okay. And by back, I mean forward. This may indeed be salvageable. I just put the screw for the shock. into the upper link mount, as one does. Welcome aboard. Live stream. We talk about everything. Quick, somebody asked me a question. We talk about everything. We do all of the things. Anybody hear from Neil Daniels today? No. I don't think so. We do all of the things here that ordinarily is not recorded. This is technically, it came from the workbench number unknown, whatever Eddie was. If Eddie had indeed, and it came from the workbench, I think he did. Did he? I think he did. We've gotten up to a sufficient number. Yes, we do trauma bond here, 100%. We've gotten up to a sufficient number of, it came from the workbenches that I have almost no recollection of who occurred in what. Right there. Okay, so that panhard is now way too long, but I think I can fix it. I can fix her, man! I think I can fix it. It's all coming together. I know you've gone through it 100 times, but do you think a standalone tech video about how to build pick link lengths would be worthwhile? Well, maybe? Because link lengths are ultimately, if you are working, hey, oh, Jimbo, look at, Jimbo is locking down his top score. He's just moving that, dropping the dollar. Dropping the dollar. He does not want to give up. Picking link lengths is, if you are presented, like if you're working with a chassis, particularly if it's C-channel, a lot of those length considerations are out of your hands. There's nothing you can actively do about it. The link mount holes are where the link mount holes are. Now, if you were asking a question more specifically related to, like say here on the Zoku, we have 3 rows of vertical holes for the rear uppers, right? So by selecting your choice of link separation, that can potentially make the link longer. And like, then you have the forwardmost holes. Like, hope that was pine cones. Like what if on this particular build, instead of running top row, middle hole, we ran top row, forwardmost hole. So that upper link doesn't change pinion angle or anything, but now it's just 5 millimeters longer. What are the advantages to a longer link in the upper versus running it in the rearmost hole and going 10 millimeters shorter relative front to rear? Like what change comes about from that? There, it is much like everything that we do in this hobby. It is all compromise because it is going to alter the way the suspension reacts. It's going to slow down and speed up that suspension. It is also going to affect how the suspension changes caster, particularly in the front, because front links tend to be shorter. So a longer front upper is going to change caster angle. All other things being equal, is going to change caster less than a short front upper. The swing of the axle pinion changes depending on upper link length to lower length. That is true to an extent, but the mounting points of those links also will do it. Because look at TRX4s. TRX4s have very little pinion angle change through the sweep, and their front link upper is short. When I did the Jolly Green chassis, the front upper link length doubles because I'm radically moving the position. They also run a lot more link separation. Like when going to this, I went those couple millimeters shorter. I have almost no pinion angle change through compression at all. And because these axles are pretty high in the pinion area, at least the way the housing situates it, oh, that's real close. I don't know if that is spot on, but that is close enough to put a bolt in it. Okay, this is sub-optimized. This is sub-optimized. But it ain't ruined. It ain't ruined. So we're gonna go. Tell me when to go. Tell me when to go. This is supposed to be a 14 or a 12. 14. Oh, that's real close. What is hitting? Wait, let's see. Oh, you son of a glop. Ordinarily, don't play fast and loose with your panhard positioning. Because guess what I'm doing? Basically, going to this is more suited to the Vanquish panhard mount than it is to this one. The way I set this up was better on the Element mount, and now that it's got a 10 Pro axle on it, it's definitely better suited to the Vanquish mount. And the Vanquish mount is now on that guy over there, the 1.5 guy that I still need to paint. Okay, did that pull it? It pulled it a little, but that is also a turnbuckle. Where are we at on the length here? Oh, that's crazy close. What's this angle look like? It looks terrible. Okay, wait. No, it doesn't. It's not that bad. It's not great. It's not bad. I just like swapping to a different set of pre-mounted wheels and tires. 4-link is pretty amazing in the adjustability of the factors, and like you say, any one change affects all aspects to a degree. Yeah. Uh-oh. They're having a 4th of July moment where they're arguing whether or not tires should have a Y in it. I feel like most of the world is TY, isn't it? Like it's indicative of our imperialism, our imperial system of measurement that we call them TIRES. Dang, is that how short a 22 is? Well, I don't want to bottom it out into the bracket. So 22 it is. Yeah, there you go. Joe the Raccoon's got it. I would have done it the other way. TYIRES. So it's like tires. Tires. What kind of tires you got? Oh, here we go. We haven't gotten one of these today. We'll make a third option. I didn't even put a you can post a poll without a place to vote. Oh yeah, most of the world doesn't use tires since they don't speak English. There's a great story behind the color with the U in it, that it's fake. Like, it came about later. Like, color with no U predates color with a U. But them British people, they love putting U's in words. Honor. There's another one. The British love to put a U in honor, too. Honor. I think the Tiger Dogs had a U in them, didn't they? Tiger Dog Honor. Pin. Yeah, there it is. Honor. I feel like the British are in bed here because Tires is beating the hell out of Tires. Don't forget, I was just gonna say, Stu Nod jumped me a little. Not only did they spell aluminum wrong, they added a whole syllable. Aluminium. Aluminum. Aluminium? Really? And I believe there's a reason. Isn't there a reason that because aluminium follows the rules of the metals better? Like potassium. Like all of the metals have alum at the end. And we just go, aluminum. We love a schwa here. Well, I can't get them for not using T's because I'm a Californian. And, say it out loud. We're going to play the game. We're going to play the game at home. All right, how do you say that? And I'll tell you how a Californian says it. It looks like this. If you want to pronounce it like a Californian, it's Santa Monica. There's no T. Santa. Santa Monica. No, Santa Monica. So we Californians, we'll drop C's too. We don't say C's all the time. If they're in the middle of words like that. It's that sound. Santa Ynez. We don't do the T. Like you'd think I'd go Santa Ynez. No, Santa. So you say Santa Claus. I can't even. Santa Claus. I just instinctively say Santa. Yeah, and it's Inez. Wait, let me just approach it blindly. Welcome back, Crawler Canyon. Yada yada, leftover parts. Santa Inez. I say those because I say Santa. Yeah, Santa. It's the phonetics. You have to stop. San has a closure. Yeah. Okay. So I'm trying to remember. It's been a long time. Shouldn't have left you without a strong rhyme to step to. When you say San, is that a palatal fricative? Am I remembering that correctly? Your tongue goes up to the roof of your mouth towards the back. And then the word t, and then the letter t, the sound of t. T. It's not a labiodental. It's a. Your tongue is basically against the top of your teeth, the back of your top teeth. Ta 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 ta. So your tongue has to move from a spot at the back to say "n" to the front to say "t." So we just ignore the "t" part and we go "Santa," because then all that does is your tongue just kind of flops forward. Santa. It's lazy talking. That's the way we do it because we're cool. Mountains. 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 Ain't mountains. Hooked on Phonics did work for me. I grew up on Red Book Phonics, and that's why I can spell most words just by like hearing how the word sounds, and why I refuse to say molybdenum. I'll vote. Can I vote? I can't vote. I can't vote on my own poll because I would have voted for tires as well. Yeah, good old tires with an I. So the British guys really lost that one. Okay. Our only problem is this vehicle it's correctable. It's correctable. It's not ultimately a problem. It's a problem in the short term. And here's what that is. Because of the angle, is that correctable right now? I can fix her, man. I can fix her. Just drop back in. What's going on? Who knows? Nobody knows. It's either getting more hot outside or more humid outside because we've picked up about 2 degrees in here since we started. Also, this is unwise on a level, so don't do what I do. Luckily, the Zoku bracket up front has like 4 mounting holes in the sides of it. So we're going to move the servo while we're at it. We're going to see if we can't reposition this Panhard mount somewhere a little more friendly to suspension travel. Again, not explicitly recommended, unless it's what you're into. And I think we got to where we might have to cut zip ties. No, I think we can get it. This is ridiculous. Should have just put the servo on the axle. The conservancy of energy. It's not a Phoenix if it's servo on axle. It's not a Phoenix without a Phoenix body. I am contradictory on nearly every level. Okay, can I even get a bolt in there? Oh, that is super straight. Still impacts. Is it adjustable ultimately? Yeah, that's real good. I think I need to cut some zip ties. Pizza is better than everything. I don't think that anyone could make an argument in opposition to that could just be discarded out of hand, because we have a place local to us called Gourmet Pizza, which if you're ready for some sticker shock, head over to Gourmet Pizza. You can buy 2 pizzas, and it might cost $90. They'll put anything on a pizza. There's pizzas with peanut butter on them. There's pizzas with marshmallow fluff on them. You name it. If you can think of something, there's a pizza that probably has on it. So you could say, I mean, you could make anything. You could put anything on a pizza. That was my first job out of high school, was Pizza Hut, good old Pizza Hut. And the cooks would do a thing where they put, have I had a California burrito with potato in it? Like, what, by what definition of a California burrito? You can have fries with pizza. You can't have pizza dipped in a milkshake. Oh. Fair. But since my diverticulitis, I haven't had pasta sauce. I haven't had red sauce in over a decade. We're coming up on 15 years since I got to have red sauce. So for me, the definition of pizza has really begun to expand. If it's on a crust, if it's in a pie shell, it's a pie. And if it's in a crust, it's a pizza. So yeah, you could make an argument that pizza is the ultimate thing to eat. Now, if I have to use a spacer on this, none of this is going to work. Does this clear? Because I thought I raised this up, and in reality what I had done is remove the screws and then put them right back into the same hole I just removed them from. Ineffective. These also look like 8s. I think I need to go to 6s so that we don't jam them into the side of the chassis. Back in 2002, when I was stationed in Germany and you ordered a pizza with ham, they would fry up a couple whole slices of ham and just slap it on the pizza. Well, I mean, okay. To be fair, I don't know if I would ask a German to make me pizza. No offense, Germany. I don't think the Germans have ever been renowned for pizza. A place in Alaska named Moose's Tooth. That's a great name, by the way. Makes a Thai chicken pizza with peanut sauce and carrots. Pizza sauce with artichoke hearts and anchovies and lots of Parmesan. Nobody is getting near Jimbo for a while after that one. That is a festival of odors. Okay, the menu. I want to pick a good one. There's one that we like. Now I'm craving gourmet pizza. They're definitely... What the hell, Jimbo? Yeah, CBR, Chicken Bacon Ranch, is one of my go-tos because I can have all of the things that are on it. One of our favorites is called the Cattleman's at Gourmet Pizza, which is Chili Bill's barbecue sauce, sausage, ground beef, bacon, Canadian bacon, new potatoes, Jack and mozzarella cheese, and then they drizzle the whole thing in Cholula hot sauce. It's pretty good. I mean, it's pretty good. And but like I say, that's not a weird one. They've got some weird ones. The Kiss Pizza has mashed potatoes on it. The Chorizo con Huevos Pizza is refried beans, scrambled eggs, chorizo, new potatoes, Jack and cheddar cheese, hot sauce again. Actually, that sounds pretty good. Sounds pretty good. That sounds good. These all sound good. I can't have the Oaxaca pizza, which is refried beans, enchilada sauce, ground beef, black beans, white rice, green chilies, tomatoes, red onion, and corn tortilla chips. So basically just a taco salad, I guess, on a pizza. That belongs in a burrito, not a pizza. Who says you can't put beans on a pizza? It's just the Wild Willie's West Coast Express has meatballs on it. The All-American Burger Pizza is just all the things that you'd put in a burger, but on a pizza. So, Thousand Island, ground beef, red onions, dill pickles, tomatoes, jack and cheddar cheese, and then after they bake it, they put lettuce on it. Come on. It's good. I'm on board. Now I want gourmet pizza and a milkshake and French fries. And I can all but guarantee that both Hate Burger and Coffee Klatch are closed. It's a shame. It's a shame. Give it one more hack here. And then looking up food menus has made me inordinately hungry. No. 10. I don't understand people that don't like pineapple on a pizza. It's this sweet and salty thing. Like, my son's favorite, my eldest, he gets the Deadpool, just black olives and pineapple. And he did it before the movie, which is the craziest part of it. But I mean, I get it. It's sweet and savory. That's not going to work. How about here? Is that going to work? We're going to have to fabricate, I think. I was hoping against hope. But, yeah. So, because we don't have a dang Vanquish panhard mount, because I stole it and put it on the 1.5, I don't have a way to get the second bolt into this panhard mount. It has no bump steer. It lines up like perfectly. It just hits the link before we full compress on that side, and I won't allow that. We get full compression on that side. The wheelbase still looks right. If I flip the ball on this around to the inside of the servo horn, which I can absolutely do, then the servo and the panhard will be parallel to one another. But this bracket doesn't line up with the holes in the servo mount. And I mean, why would it? They're completely different things. So it is not surprising to me on any level that they don't line up. I used to have it mounted to one of the holes and then a lock nut on the other one. That is a perfectly straight panhard. It is just, it's so close. So what I will have to do is fabricate basically the little aluminum piece, the little flat piece. I'm going to have to make that piece spaced to the holes, and then just with two holes in it to mount this bracket to it, and then it will raise that bracket up just enough to where we can get full compression on the... I've been trying to train myself on the left side, because I understand that most of the world, what I continually Americanically call the driver's side, is the passenger side to the rest of the world. Although, I don't know. Right-hand drive is... I know driving on the other side of the road, but not every car is right-hand drive. Or is most of the world right-hand drive? I'm trying to remember to refer to this as the left side of the vehicle, and this is the right side of the vehicle. What Zoku rails are these? This was a straight axle Phoenix built from the kit. But yeah, I'm gonna lengthen that link. I want that. That should be flat. We're just gonna dial these out and get that up at an angle. The front looks great. The front honestly looks great. Look at that pan. And then when I flip this around to the inside of that horn, they'll be nice and perfectly parallel to each other. Then we can get all that slap back together, and we'll have made a thing. Right-hand drive is the correct side. There's, I mean, aside from postal vehicles and Japanese imports, you're not going to find a lot of right-hand drive in the United States. And I mean, it's not 100% clear to any of us why. Because on a 2-lane road with left-hand drive, the two drivers are closest to each other when approaching each other on a 2-lane road. I guess that's the design. You're closer to the thing that can kill you. I don't know. I don't know how anything works. You know what we didn't get to? Because I was just, you know what? I was appropriately mellowing out for 4th of July, 100%. I had a grand time. I don't know about you, but I had a grand time. I am basically recovered enough to survive tomorrow. That's something. Because, you know, I don't know if I'll have the energy to come out here and work on anything Sunday. I can't promise anything. I don't know how I'm going to make it. Rear, ride height, rear pinion looks fine on that rear. Yeah, it's honestly 1, maybe 2 turns on the ends. I like that flat. And it just needs to clock it back just a hair. You could run it like this and it would be fine. It's above the links, and because of the angle sweep, it stays above the links. I just like that rocked a little more. For my rear caster, I just like it rocked just a little bit. The front looks great. That pinion is not going to interfere with that. I just need to make my own piece for that right there. And I only need to make my own piece for that because I moved the pieces around to my liking to begin with, had one extra Vanquish panhard mount in the drawer, and that Vanquish panhard mount is now right there. So if I could take that mount off there and put it on there, we'd be done. But I got that guy's front end to work, and I'm not going to mess up his front end. Sunday, you get to go hike. We will probably be doing it on Monday because she took Monday off because she is back at Anime Expo tomorrow as well, at which point she will have done 3 days in a row, and she will be riggedy wrecked, as they say in the industry. So, you know, we play it by ear. Maybe she'll be together. Maybe she'll be like, I feel fine. But my calves are so tight, mostly from the shuffle walking, that... Oh, I meant to complete a thought. Dang, 420? 471,000 frames? Dang. Almost 500,000. 500,000 frames. So here is the goal. I saw it when it debuted on A-Main. Purchased it immediately. So Eddie's getting the makeover. And then when I get because Eddie's on a Rock 1, when I get that Rock 1 back, I guess we'll just have to build some to put that Rock 1 on. This is the Biddy Design RR Ultra. This is the RR Ultra. If you haven't seen it, if you've made it this far, you're going to get to see it. I was like, why did Guy 307 disappear? So Biddy Design definitely has a style. They love this vaguely Ford style. This is the RR Ultra, which is built for 475s. The RR Baja is designed for smaller tires. It's got a little scoopy in the roof you can cut out, and then you can cut the back window out and then have a full scoopy through there. I don't know how much of it I'm going to cut out. I know that it is I know that it's pre-cut, and when I set it down over it the first time, I was like, oh, that lines up pretty good. And then it has a unique interior, which is unique to the Baja Ultra, which fits this overpriced steering wheel. There's the side view mirrors and the gear shifter, which is a strange collection of three things to put together. And then a racing seat, which bolts right into the interior. So we gotta find a, I haven't even looked. Isn't the old, the Iron Maiden, the zombie looking guy? Isn't that guy's name Eddie? Am I remembering that right? I hope that I am. We'll put one of those in there. Put one of those in there. Did Eddie ever get new body paint? I sent Eddie off to Curtis Knudsen on the 1st of March. And then Mr. Knudsen decided that his life's profession, and has been for years, I don't know how long he's been doing it, he's an HVAC guy. So he's just working. So we'll do this. I didn't have anything set aside to put this on. And it lines up. Let me move this. And that's pretty spot on, right? And that's without the Phoenix side bits taken off, which are pooching the body out more than they should be. Got to make sure the foot's in the shot. So this will sit down probably, honestly, right about there. I'm going to kill the last minute or two here. Let's throw the landmines back on. See how it actually sits on his new axles. Because he's going to get taller. Went from straights. I tried to like the VFD on straights, and I think I just prefer it on portals. And why are we going to ice skate uphill when we don't have to? Just put it on portals. And no binding there. You'll notice I killed a little time and I changed the gearing. I went to from a 56 to a 52 on the spur. And I went from a 13. Uh-oh. That's lockdown. Full lockdown. Yeah. The hex. Those stupid stock axial hexes are too shallow and the rims bottom out. Oh my God. I mean, I don't know if this is going to be ultimately helpful, but this is the experiment, is it not? 70 millimeters to the front of the skid, 100 millimeters to the slider. Front pumpkin. 52. At the little part where that covers the gear, 52 under. And I have to change the hexes. So the front's going to widen out a little bit. Oh my. How much wider is the 10 Pro portal? He's almost 260 wide. So after we go to a more appropriate hex, will be 260 wide in the front, and it looks like might as well be 260 wide in the back. Now let's plop it down, and then I'll send you on your way, because I'm officially hungry now. The only reason this even popped up in my head is that wheel feels so weird being so loose. Eddie has the Zoku servo mount that has the receptacle for regular Traxxas body mount. I happen to have a little short one, and we're going to have to shorten this. We're going to have to cut this almost all the way down just so it sits down low enough, because otherwise the body would be through the moon. Yeah, sub 10.5, I'm fine. I'm fine. But actually, we won't have to cut it down a ton. Look at that guy. Look how sporty. And that RR Ultra is pretty wide. But because it does not make this look ridiculous. Nice. I'm all right. Look at that guy. To the moon, Alice. That is up in the sky. And we can remove. I'll probably cut the lowest part of that off. I don't know, it's up pretty high. He'll get a ghost ride with it uncut. We'll just run it like that. We'll get it mounted. Look how level it sits. That's pretty okay. And then because those fender wells are so big, we should get the good articulation out of it. Yeah. Who knew? Who knew? Bitty design coming through again. So we're that much, because try to think back. I want to say Crawlympics stage 3. I don't know. What do you want it to be? Is it more Tacoma? Or is it F-150 and a Tacoma had a baby? Yeah. That's the thing about the Bitty design bodies. The beauty of no licensing. That is a Bitty design Baja Ultra. It looks a little bit like this. It looks a lot of bit like that. It's almost interpretive. Ford wannabe. Yeah. But you can definitely see the Toyota to it. Like the way the flare comes out. This yells Ford to me. And these yell Ford to me. But then that body line down the sides, got a little Tacoma to it. As soon as I saw it on A-Main, I was like, well, we're buying one of those. What are we putting it on? I don't know. Don't ask questions. Here we are. Yeah, Raptor Coma. Uh-oh. We're lucky Eddie's already got a name. Otherwise, Raptor Coma is solid. Raptor Coma is, yeah, for Coma. For Coma is definitely better than to Ford. It needs to be that pink, the light pink. We will let Edward decide what color he wants to be. We've got the full. For those of you not in the Discord, I can't carry them all at once. I tried. For those of you not in the Discord, The color will be some combination of these colors. This is getting blown out by the light. It is a very soft pink. This is basically stainless steel. This looks brown, but is in fact a very dark brown that for some reason they call dark granite. Almost like a dark chocolate brown. The purple might be the purpliest purple that I have seen anybody do. That is a purpley purple. I am very intrigued by Rum Punch, as it is it's hard to explain. It is red-orange. It is rorange, because it really, Rum Punch is right in between those two. The orange is also not just classic orange, but very, very orange. And then Cavalry is a very navy, very dark navy blue. Just do them all. United Colors of Benetton. I went to the Home Depot in the seedy part of town and I bought every can they had. Well, every color they had. The only one they didn't have in stock was the blue. But that's okay, because I already have blue. That would make a butt ugly camo. Just the United Colors of Benetton camouflage. Definitely in the category of thanks. I hate it. Rum Punch looks like Ferrari red. Yeah, I could see that. The yellow is also very bright, as you see the yellow gleaming up out of there. We will let him decide. We'll let him decide. So, I feel like that's all I got, because I'm going to get in my car and go out into the heat, and I'm going to find something to drink and find something to eat, and I'm going to see if my eldest is awake, and I'll get him something to eat too. I wanted a burrito this morning, but the Rosa Maria's is definitely like family owned and operated. So they were 100% closed on 4th of July. Yeah, MKRC is gonna hit the road. I'm gonna hit the road. We threw on the bonus hour for Happy Dependence Day here at the Canyon. We got at least 1.5 things done, which, you know, for 4 hours and 36 minutes that's good work for us. And we basically didn't, nacho fries. We basically didn't drop any frames after about the first 2 minutes. We didn't break 1700, and last time I looked at it, it was at 1600. So we did great. Enjoy whatever you enjoy for the rest of your day. I know that a lot of y'all, all the Europeans, are into tomorrow, and for all the Americans, I hope my kids they shoot off fireworks at the church right up the street. We literally just sit on the sidewalk in front of our house, and we just watch the fireworks. It's great. I don't have to drive anywhere. I don't have to worry about anything. Fireworks are wildly illegal in our town. $2,000 fine. So we're gonna have a good one. I'm gonna have all of my fingers tomorrow, and hopefully into the foreseeable future. And I'm going to go find something to eat and drink. I invite you all to do the same. Have a happy Dependence Day, everybody. Thank you to any and all the contributors. Thank you to any and all the people who contributed just by being here. We had a good time. I feel like we had a good time. Oh, yeah. And Jeff at the Temple almost made me forget. I'm doing this again tomorrow. I will see you again tomorrow around the same time from the scenic, sweaty, and steamy Los Angeles Convention Center. Do purple, pink, and navy? Oh, man. I kind of like that. Instead of the classic Toyota yellow, orange, and red, do purple, pink, and navy. I kind of like that. So I hope to see a bunch of you tomorrow. Let's hope for low technical difficulties. I rebalanced the gimbal. Everything should be charged. We should have a golden time, provided that the Wi-Fi, the front of the signal can escape the building. And for all of you in other places of the globe, you'll get to see Anime Expo Los Angeles in all of its steamy glory, crowded with people. And it's probably going to be packed to the rafters tomorrow. So I might have picked the best and or worst, or simultaneously both at the same time, day to do it. Thus ends the Midwest goodbye. Mr. Spain has already certainly fallen into a sangria-fueled slumber, and I assume many of you will do the same soon, sangria or otherwise. We'll see you again tomorrow and in all the other usual places. If some furries go by, you're going to see the furries. I hope to just find that giant Labubu, just to explain to people what Labubus are. So thanks for a great time, everybody. Yeah, look at that. Look at the eagle. Scree! We will see you hopefully tomorrow, if not in the next one. Thanks for joining us, everybody. I do the usual thing. We do the mute. We let her run. I put my stuff away. And I will see you next time. Wait. We didn't do it. We didn't do it. We didn't do it. We didn't do it. We didn't do it.